Before we kick off, some general housekeeping for our visitors in the gallery. In the event of an emergency that requires the building to be evacuated, or if our fire alarm goes off, which will be a loud sound of some shape or form, haven't had the pleasure of hearing it yet, our emergency tones will sound, and then the staff will direct you to leave. And our emergency gathering place is outside the PCYC. Out there's an assembly point there. I'll be moderating this meeting under our Code of Meeting Practice, and it's recently been updated by the New South Wales Government and requires attendees to remain silent during the meeting unless invited by the chairperson to speak, not display flags, signs or protest symbols, and not disrupt the meeting. And I can hear my echo here. I know that governance is ready and IT is streaming on. I'm gathering it is, since I could hear it down there. And welcome everyone, and thank you councillors, and declare our meeting open at 6:02 p.m. For those joining us in the gallery this evening, please be advised that the meeting is being recorded and will be made publicly available on the council's website. People attending this meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements, and I'll also remind the audience that taking video recordings and photographs is not permitted in the chamber, but you can watch it all online. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging our traditional custodians of the lands of Elders past, present and emerging, on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. Item number 2, we don't seem to have any requirement for absence of leave, and we have our final councillor just coming through now. Item number 3 is confirmation of the minutes. May I have a mover and a seconder, please, for the ordinary council meeting on the 17th of March 2026. Councillor Williams and Councillor Robins. Councillors, disclosures of interest. In accordance with clause 4.25 and 4.26 of the Code of Code of Conduct, returns must be made by council's designated persons to be tabled at council meetings. Tabled tonight, we have 5 returns from designated people. Councillors, if you have any declarations of interest you wish to make, please do so now. I've got Councillor De Luca and Councillor Causey. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll declare a less than significant non-pecuniary interest in item 7.1 as the mayoral minute is in relation to my late mother. I will withdraw from the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey?
Yes, I've just realised I have a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 11.1 because I live in an area that is, my neighbour calls the barbecue belt, was an adjoining a, what do you call it, asset protection zone. I have a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in item, where is it, 11.1, because I live next to an APZ, asset protection zone.
Okay, thank you. So does that mean you're staying in the room or leaving?
Yeah, I'll stay in the room.
Staying in the room. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. No presentations yet. Item number 6, councillors, we now move to moving items by exception, including notices of motions. So firstly, may I have a mover and a seconder for this motion? Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard. Thank you. And we've got the items there on the screen. Councillors, I'll now call out each item one by one, and you'll advise me if you'd like to call the item out. And I'll make sure that I call them out, because even just raising your hands, I've got to make sure that our governance team can't see around corners, apparently, as magical as they are. Okay, item 7.1, the mayoral minute on Mrs. DeLuca. Item 9.1, a public exhibition draft delivery plan 2026 to 2030 operational plan. Okay, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Beaujard. Oh, we're going to have a list, I'm sure. Whoever said that. Item 9.2, suspension of alcohol-free zone in Manly Corso for the Rise Manly 2026. 9.3, appointment, we'll pull this one out because we need to anyway, appointment of a committee member to the Events, Grants and Sponsorship Panel. 9.4, response to notice of motion 44-2025, update to expenses policy. Councillor DeLuca. 9.5, audit risk and improvement committee confirmed minutes from December 2025. Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Causey. 9.6, monthly investment and finance report for February 2026. 10.1, public exhibition of the draft early learning strategy. Councillor Grattan and Councillor Causey. 11.1, review of the bushfire management policy. Councillor Causey. 11.2, minutes of the Northern Beaches Bushfire Management Committee meeting held on the 3rd of June 2025 and the 2nd of September 2025. 13.1, future use of Manly Town Hall site. Deputy Mayor. 13.2, revocation of policies. Road reserve leases, road reserve and streetscape management, encroachment, construction of road reserve leases. Councillor Causey. 13.3, Bangaroo Street out North Balgala, proposed sale of council land. Councillor Grattan and Councillor Glanville. 14.1.
Yes, please.
$15.1.
Yes.
Yes. 15.2, a notice of motion, Beverley, Joe Park. 15.2, Councillor Glanville. Is it Councillor DeLuca, you as well? No, sorry, you got your light on. Okay, so Councillor Glanville. 15.3, notice of motion, DY and Manly Lagoon water quality. 15.4, notice of motion resolving stormwater disputes.
I'll call that because I want to add something to it.
Okay. 15.5, gambling harm on the Northern Beaches. No, okay. All right, Councillors, as we embark on this meeting this evening, I'd like to remind you that our meeting will conclude at 10 p.m. in accordance with our new code. So in the interest of an efficient meeting, I remind you of the provisions in the Code of Meeting Practice that allow for motions to be put where no councillors wish to speak against an item, or we have 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against. 7.1 wasn't pulled. Okay, so we need, before we move into already on the individual items, all those in favour? Yep. Okay, all those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Thank you. You can come back in now. You've got your steps up. So first item was 9.4. Oh, sorry, 9.1. What am I saying? One of the most important topics. Okay, so we have Councillor Grattan as a mover. We have Councillor Beaujard. Are you moving as a seconder? I'm
happy to swap that round if Councillor Beaujard wants to move. I can second. I've got a list of questions.
Yep, okay. So moved by Councillor Beaujard, seconded by Councillor Grattan. And invite anyone with lots of questions, which I'm sure we have.
I can kick it off, Mayor, if you're happy.
Questions first.
And thanks to the staff. My first question is regarding the CPI assumption in the budget, which is 2.5%. Economists are currently expecting CPI closer to 4%. I realise that the budget papers were done before we'd seen what is happening in the economy at the moment, in the global economy. But given the sensitivity to the CPI adjustments, how would we adjust for such a large negative impact on our budget if there was approximately 1.5% increase in CPI?
Through the CEO to the COO.
Thank you, through Mayor.
CFO, sorry.
Thank you.
It's in the acronyms here.
So yes, the budget preparation was certainly primarily complete before the recent events. However, the way in which we prepare an annual budget is a bit more nuanced than just picking the CPI. That CPI of 2.5% is the forecast CPI at June 2027. When we prepare an annual budget, we are much more detailed in that preparation in terms of contractual rise and fall clauses and particular things that relate to those items. We'll manage fluctuations through our quarterly budget review process.
Okay, and similarly, the producer price index for roads and bridges, which underpins IPART and assumed by IPART to be 18% of our cost drivers. Our waste service and roadworks are highly exposed to oil price with the high percentage of diesel and bitumen. If annual price rises of 5 to 9% occur and escalations, which is above our assumptions, what escalations are included in contracts and how would we mitigate these risks going forward if our revenue's fixed?
So in terms of the waste service, we are recommending to Council considering a larger waste charge than we would have forecast previous to the last couple of months. The domestic waste charge is proposed to increase by an extra $40, which just specifically relates to the fuel crisis. For the waste business, we could be looking at $4 million plus in additional costs for the year ahead.
Yeah. Just a couple more, if that's okay, Mayor. When I review the long-term financial plan and the no special variation option, the metrics, the local government metrics don't actually look too bad. I was surprised. Are there any underlying factors that are propping up those performance indicators over the next few years that might be distorting the impact of what would actually happen if we didn't agree to the second year of the special variation?
So ahead of us in the next couple of years, we've got some large renewal projects which have got grant funding or insurance recovery money in the case of Jameson Sports Facility. Without them, those ratios under that scenario, if the council was only to apply the rate peg, we would be on the cusp or failing the renewal ratios. They are just a handful of very large projects, but the impact of the special variation is what's providing the funding for hundreds of projects in the Northern Beaches to deal with various poorly rated assets, poor condition assets.
Okay, so I wonder if when it goes out on consultation, whether we might need an explanation to that effect, just to explain that, because I think the underlying is much worse than it would suggest from those metrics. Last question. In the long-term financial plan, we've got a capacity to pay by suburb that was based on that 2021 data. How does the rate burden fall by suburb with the new land valuations? And are any of those lower socioeconomic end of those metrics, have any of those have significantly above average rate rises? And understand if we need to take that on notice and provide some of those details, but I don't want the burden to be falling necessarily on those lower socioeconomic areas.
Yeah, we're happy to take that away. We have quite a small number of ratepayers on hardship arrangements, which really is not any different to how it was last year, but we're happy to provide additional information.
Thank you.
Okay, questions? Sure, we've got some questions. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. Could I please be advised in the last financial year and proposed for the incoming financial year, how many redundancies there have been, how much in savings that equates to, which positions and whether any of those positions were managerial positions?
Through the CEO.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't have that information in front of me, but I'm happy to get that for you.
Thank you. And I note that it's in the report, but could you just please remind, for the benefit of the gallery, how much is the total amount in the investment funds and how much is actually reserves and cannot be spent on anything except for the purpose for which it was collected, and how much can be spent on other matters?
Thank you, through you, Matt. So our forecast position at the end of 30 June 27, so the budget in front of you, is to have $194 million in cash. Of that, $143 million is restricted. $8 million relates to the Kimbrickie Company, and the unrestricted portion is $43 million.
Thank you. Could you please advise in the past year how many workers' compensation claims have been made, and are there any ongoing claims that will fall into the next financial year?
Thank you. So the budget sets an expense to cover workers' compensation arrangements for staff, but it doesn't have that level of detail, so we'd have to get that for you.
Thank you. In relation to vehicles for the executive and managerial staff, being general manager, directors, executive managers, managers, team leaders and coordinators, how many vehicles are there and what is the total cost to council gross?
Through the CEO to the CFO.
Thank you. Again, we don't have that level of detail in the budget papers, but we're happy to provide the additional information.
Thank you. And then the salaries proposed for the incoming financial year, what are they for the general manager? How many directors and what is the total amount, noting that we can't have individual amounts? How many executive managers are there and the total salaries and on costs for those positions? And the same question for managers, team leaders and coordinators.
So the budget provides the salary as a total and by service. It doesn't have that level of detail in it for the different groupings, so we'd need to look into that information for you.
Thank you for taking that on notice. Thanks.
Okay, councillors, any other questions? Councillor Causey.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I have a few questions. First of all,
Sorry, that's my fault. Turn it on, yeah.
how much extra is there going to be in compliance services for monitoring building sites, vegetation removal and high risk, so-called high risk environmental matter, whatever that means? Presumably asbestos.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the special variation does provide an uplift in funding for that service as an extra $400,000 next year.
Okay, and how much of that will be allocated to patrolling for dogs that are off leash at beaches and everywhere else?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The budget doesn't go into that level of detail with service levels. That funding is for building control and building compliance.
Okay. Okay. What else is there? Yes, the service reviews. The tree management review was meant to happen, I think, initially about 2 years ago. And then last year I was told it was happening in the second half of last year. I can't see anything included in the budget for it. Is that right? And if there is money, how much is there and when is it going to happen?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The service review for tree maintenance has been undertaken in the second half of this year, so it's during this financial year it's been undertaken, and it should be finished probably by the end of this financial year. So it's underway very shortly.
I can't see any funding for it. So there were other service reviews mentioned, but that one wasn't there.
It's in the current delivery program, not next year's.
In the current one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, another one. I'm just wondering, have we started repaying the Mona Vale Cemetery Fund? I'm not thinking that we have. And if so, how much? And how much will be repaid next financial year? Because I can't see anything for that either.
Through to the CFO.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So you'll find that on page 155 of the attachment booklet, which is where we set out the cash reserves, including the reserve for Manly, for Mona Vale Cemetery. We are proposing to make repayments from the following financial year, the 27-28 year, and that'll be repaid within 6 years.
So nothing for in the next budget?
No, so the funding is to fund the council's core system replacement, which is a project underway this year. So once that's complete, the repayments will commence.
Okay. Okay, look, I've got a lot of questions. I won't ask them all now. The sports fields renewal program. I'm just wondering if synthetic turf is going to be laid on any of them. I noticed there was one where it's being replaced. Are there any others?
I don't have that level of detail, but we can get that information for you.
Okay, that'd be great, thanks. What else? Oh yes, stormwater improvement works. I'm just wondering, given that Whale Beach has recently been noted in a Environment Department study as having very high levels of microplastics, are there any proposals in the stormwater filtering section of the budget to do anything about the stormwater outlet up there?
Thank you. So there is an attachment booklet in your booklet today, attachment 4, which details what we will deliver next year. So we'd have to get more information for you if that's not project as mentioned.
I couldn't see it there.
Okay.
I couldn't, yeah, okay. Okay, and also Newport Surf Club. I'm just wondering what work has to be carried out towards a construction certificate.
The budget doesn't have that kind of detail in it, but I'm sure the relevant director will be able to give you that information after the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Causey, just to remind you, we're voting on a high level, not actually the detail, though I understand you're trying to draw out information.
Well, I'm just trying to find out what we're spending money on,
Yeah.
basically. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's it.
Okay, so councillors, do we have any dissent on this or?
Sorry.
Yes?
Is it too late? There's one more that I couldn't see. The bridle trail at Duffy's Forest and Terry Hills. Is there anything there for that? Because I couldn't see anything anywhere.
Through the CEO. That should be a happy announcement.
So it's not in next year's recreation trail program, which is detailed in the back of the booklet here. We'd have to find out for you about the bridle trail specifically and the timing of that.
So it won't be in the next financial year.
In this program, it's not detailed in the information booklet as part of the recreational trails program, but we can find out more information for you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so do we have any dissent on putting this budget out for public exhibition?
I've got a comment.
Okay, still got questions? All right. Councillor De Luca, were you yes to dissent? Okay, all right. Councillor Harvey?
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions that relate to the delivery program, but they might be better directed to directors, I'm not sure. I had a question about one of our targets for proactive animal controls. I note that we had 1,595 patrols this year, but our target for next year is only 135 patrols. And then the following year, it goes back up to 1,000. So I was just wondering if someone could sort of explain what that disparity is for.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. I don't have the detail in front of me around that change at the moment, but I'm sure we can get back to you on the information around the change in that control.
Okay. Okay. So, and I was also wondering similarly with the trees that we planted this year, we planted 5,854 and our target for next year is 5,000 and that remains stable. So just wondering about the disparity there as well.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. I don't have the information on that specific measure either, so I'm happy we can take that away and get that information for you.
Okay, councillors. I now invite the mover to speak. So, Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor. I really want to strongly support item 9.1, which is solely placing our draft delivery programme operational plan and the budget on public exhibition. Last year, this chamber had to make some incredibly difficult, highly contested decisions regarding our financial future and the special rate variation. We stood before our ratepayers and made a very specific promise. If you entrust us with this additional revenue, we'll use it to fix the structural deficit, arrest the decline of our ageing assets, and then pour that money directly into the physical foundations of the Northern Beaches. This $588 million draft budget proves we're keeping exactly that promise. The overriding theme of this budget is delivery and financial discipline. We're forecasting an operating surplus of $19.8 million before capital grants. We're rebuilding our working capital so that we have contingencies in place to weather economic volatility and natural disasters without immediately having to cut services. At the same time, we're holding ourselves accountable by targeting $5 million in operational savings over the next 3 years and $10 million in capital savings over the next 5. So when we look at the $125 million Capital Works programme, the largest ever investment in community infrastructure, we have to ask which section of the community wins in this budget. And the answer is simple. It's the everyday resident who expects us to get the basics right. They're the ones that win. First, local commuters and pedestrians. Out of the $35 million we received from the special rate variation this year, $15 million is being injected directly into improvements for roads, footpaths and stormwater. And we've certainly noticed what's happened over the preceding year to make that happen. We're spending over $12.7 million on our road renewal programme alone, $1.8 million on new footpaths and millions more on proactive asset inspections and pothole prevention. If you drive, walk or cycle on the northern beaches, this budget delivers for you. Secondly, families and local sporting clubs win. We're allocating $14 million to improve sporting facilities, including a massive $4.1 million to complete the Warringah Recreation Centre upgrades at North Manly. We're spending $11 million of our special rate variation funds to improve community facilities, rock pools, wharves and playgrounds, including new upgrades at Coleroy Plateau, and to increase our grass mowing schedules across the LGA so our parks are actually usable. Third, our local environment wins. We're directing $6 million to expand tree maintenance, bushland regeneration and environmental risk reduction. Crucially, we're finally uplifting our compliance services with additional resources. This means we'll hopefully have the rangers and compliance officers on the ground to proactively monitor building sites, prevent illegal vegetation removal, and protect the local amenity of our suburbs. Madam Mayor, we acknowledge this comes at a cost to households. For the typical residential property, this budget represents an increase of $56 per quarter, of which $28 is the special variation component. We know families are feeling the pinch of inflation, but the alternative was letting our infrastructure crumble and passing $1 billion replacement bill onto our children. The ultimate winners of this budget are future generations. Because of the decisions we made, this budget meets all industry benchmarks for financial and asset management. We're fully funding our depreciation, we're not taking out any new external loans, and we're paying down our existing debts. That's what responsible, back to basics local government looks like. Now I urge the community to jump online, read these documents during the exhibition period and see exactly how their rates are being put to work and give us their feedback. I commend this motion to the Chamber.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grattan as the seconder.
Thank you. I support putting the draft delivery program and budget out on public exhibition. This is actually not a decision to adopt the budget today. It's a decision to be transparent with our community. Exhibition gives residents the opportunity to see the detail, understand the trade-offs and provide feedback before anything is finalised. I also want to acknowledge up front that the cost of living pressures are real. Many households are doing it tough and any increase in rates is felt. But we also have a responsibility to be honest about the financial reality facing council. The cost of delivering services and maintaining infrastructure has increased significantly. At the same time, the IPART process of capping rates means that revenue has not kept pace. That created a structural gap that cannot be ignored, and this is why we went through the significant pain of explaining the need for a special variation to rates last year. So we have a choice in the long-term financial plan, scenario 1, to continue to act responsibly, or scenario 2, defer the problem, face service cuts, declining assets, and putting the burden on future generations. As we heard from the CFO, there are some one-off grant-funded projects for renewals that are inflating the local government performance indicators under the no special variation scenario. We need this second year of the SV to get us back on track. I also note that $20 million, or around $200 for every household, are simply paying the New South Wales government levies. Goes straight back, environmental levies, planning levies and so forth. $200 a household. Anyway, we should be clear, the budget is not about new ambitions or unnecessary spending. It's about maintaining the basics that our community relies on every day: roads, footpaths, drainage, waste services, libraries, community facilities. We've already taken steps to improve efficiency and reduce costs where possible, but efficiencies alone do not close the gap. That's why a financially sustainable plan is necessary. Further, we're facing some difficult economic times and pressures on our existing budget from likely higher inflation, fuel costs and so forth. We need to be conservative in our approach to ensure financial sustainability. The alternative is not theoretical. It means fewer services, delayed maintenance, and a gradual decline in the quality of our public assets, and that's not something I'm prepared to support. At the same time, supporting this motion does not mean a blank cheque. We must continue to scrutinise how every dollar is spent. We should be asking, are we delivering value? Are our projects on time and on budget? Are we addressing the infrastructure backlog? Are we clearly demonstrating to residents where their money is going? So that scrutiny continues throughout this process, and importantly, the community will now have their say as well. So tonight's decision is about openness, responsibility, and good governance. We owe it to our community to be upfront about the challenges, to present a clear plan, and to invite their input before making final decisions. Doing nothing is not a neutral option, it leads to decline. So this is about making considered, responsible choices now to protect the services, infrastructure, and the quality of life that our community expects. I commend the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have serious concerns regarding the proposed draft delivery program, our operational plan and long-term financial strategy. As we're all aware, the federal government are canvassing, as well as the RBA, that there may well be a recession in the coming months. Australia's debt levels are at an all-time grisly amount, and we see so many people across the nation, and indeed on the northern beaches, living in cars, living in car parks, bushland, and areas that clearly aren't safe. And while our papers say tonight that the typical residential property will increase by $56 per quarter, we know that there will be other properties that are significantly more. Our community made it loud and clear prior to the last budget, as well as during the proposed SRV, that they wanted to see significant cuts to the bureaucracy, significant cuts to what they see as bloated management. And that is why tonight I asked to find out whether there were redundancies and whether that actually equates to proper savings that can go into frontline services or actual savings. While it is pleasing to note that the projected surplus is $19.8 million and that we do have $48 million in unrestricted funds in our cash investments, I don't think that since the SRV there has been a significant amount of effort by this council to reduce its bureaucracy and events and other activities that our community have voiced during the SRV and during budget deliberations that they simply do not want. We must be mindful that so many people are struggling, and whether it's $56 per quarter, $100 per quarter or more, that will have an impact. We've heard in past meetings where people have not been able to eat, and one elderly woman was relying upon frozen food and having one dim sim a night because she could not afford the cost of living and therefore was reducing food. And these are all considerations, I think, that we need to show compassion on. And while I listened to the delivered speeches tonight, I think we must always focus on the needs and interests of our community, but also fundamentally, as a consideration, we must have compassion, particularly in a time of a cost of living crisis, but also the possibility of an onset of a recession. And that will have serious, I believe, catastrophic effects on our community. So until I see proper management initiatives to remove and cut management, bureaucracy and red tape and those proper savings, I do not have confidence in our documents that we have before us and the proposed budget of the following year. And I will be voting against putting this on public exhibition tonight because I feel it is not in our community's interests.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, my focus is going to mainly be on Pittwater, but I'd like to say that I welcome the council budget papers proposed to go on exhibition following this meeting. I believe the special rate variation as approved by IPART should be applied next financial year to enable us to continue with the maintenance and upgrades needed for assets that are still on the point of collapse throughout the LGA. I'm going to skip all the general comments that Councillor Beaujard's already made about spending on roads, etc. But within Pittwater, I particularly want to highlight the 1.492 million allocated for work on implementing the Avalon shared space, the Avalon Place Plan, and in particular, the extremely controversial condition of the shared space. In fact, over the next 3 years, spending here will total $6.05 million. Consultation on this goes back to 2018, and the community has been living with the enormous mess created by the council for the last 3 years. That includes repeated flooding, enormous potholes and cracked roads, as well as an unattractive seating arrangement and lots of dead plants. The Business Chamber also says it's lost revenue over this period as a result of the condition of the site and the work, especially in the lead up to Christmas 2022. And some shops say their takings have been down 30% on usual, or were down 30% on usual during that period. Other spending that Pittwater residents will welcome is $750,000 for implementation of the Governor Phillip Park Master Plan, coming from developer contributions, with another 1.25 million promised for 2027-28. Scotland Island will get money for Catherine Park and also for footpath and road construction. Maybe that was road construction and drainage improvements. Church Point will receive 1.296 million for completion of upgrades to Pittwater Road and McCarrs Creek Road, and then more will be set aside for improving drainage and resurfacing of the Church Point Reserve car park. I'm also glad to see money allocated for the Bungan Street car park in Mona Vale, where you have to walk down the car ramps to access the shops for most levels. Wharves in Pittwater will also continue getting a substantial amount of money, with 4.3 million set aside for replacing the Mackerel Beach Wharf, Bayview Wharf, and design work for the Currawong Wharf. I also think it's great to see 36 million put aside for installation and trial of infrastructure for 24/7 operations at Mona Vale Library. This will be a huge boon for students and others who use the library as a third space. However, I'm concerned about the proposal to spend any money on synthetic, meaning plastic turf, for playing fields, and even more bizarrely, $500,000 to lay it at the Lakeside Caravan Park's campsites right next to Narrabeen Lagoon. I'm really pleased, however, to see that nearly 1.2 million is budgeted for renewal of a number of rock pools, including design work for Palm Beach Rock Pool, as well as design and major renewal of Avalon and Bilgola rock pools, with future planning for Newports. However, as I've already asked the question, I note that we're still not paying anything back to the Mona Vale Cemetery Fund, which is an internally restricted fund, which has been used to finance the Cosmo IT system. And finally, as others have mentioned, the budget contains a warning that the last 8 weeks of war in the Middle East has created a volatile international situation, which has already raised the price of fuel and will be increasing costs. For me, the corollary of this is that for local government is not immune from the impacts of international conflicts, and that we should familiarise ourselves with them and be prepared to take a stand when necessary. Thank you.
Okay, if no one else has any dissent, I'd like to ask the mover to give his final commentary.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. I'll try and keep my comments brief. I think it's important to understand that we're taking this draft programme out for community consultation. And I think it's also important when we do that to recognise what we are required to do as councillors. We're meant to make decisions in the public good for the whole community. And the Office of Local Government and LGNSW, when they're performing our induction, said, we'll talk about community a lot, but it's very difficult to define. I think Councillor Causey's speech knocks it on its head. There's some things she likes in the budget and there's some things she doesn't like. I think for every member of this community, there'll be things they like in the budget and things they're appreciative of and things they aren't. Our difficult decision here is to govern for the whole community. That's what we've been voted in to do, not for small vocal minorities. Speakers talk about compassion. Staff will tell you, if you ask, one of my key questions almost every month is, how many people do we have on our hardship programs? How are we managing that? And for people really struggling, elderly people, I know we have a hardship program that allows them to defer their rates for the rest of their lives. So I think the compassion is in place. I think, and having looked at this and having sat through the company directors course recently and been drilled deeply on how to analyse financials and budgets and outcomes and ratios, I think this budget sets a good balance between what we're meant to do. I don't see in this budget bureaucratic bloat. I don't see too many cars. I see $5 million and $10 million of savings as we committed to IPART. I think this is a really good budget, and I don't want to lump my children and our children with a massive bill in the future because we didn't have the courage to continue doing the right thing. So once again, I commend the motion to the chamber.
Okay, thank you, councillors. With that, we'll put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Giltinan, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Williams, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan and myself. Those against, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Glanville. I wasn't sure where I was going with you. Oh, sorry, it was Councillor Hernjack. Sorry. You were for? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Declare that carried, and now our community can come back at us with feedback. Okay, next item we're pulling out is the appointment of a committee member for the Events, Grants and Sponsorship panel. So I'd just like to confirm publicly that Councillor Harvey wants to step back as well.
Yep. Thank you.
So now we have 2 spare spaces and 3 people who want to put their hand up. At the moment, we've got 2 people on the committee and 1 alternate. So I suggest we put all 3 on, and 2 of them will be alternates and 2 of them are on the committee. Okay, so yes, I could see. Thank you very much for your time, Councillor Harvey. It is a lot of time taken with that. So the councillors who are putting their hands up are Councillor Dillon, Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Hackman. So if we could have a recommendation along that line. Okay, Councillor Robins, you're moving that. Seconded by Councillor Williams. And I'll leave it to, I understand councillor Hearn-Jack's happy to be an alternate. And I leave it between the two other councillors to sort out who's the alternate there. But all three of you are part of that committee. Okay, all those in favour? Declare that carried unanimous. Thank you very much. (9.4).
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Councillor DeLuc, I'm just asking first, are you moving as is?
No, I do have the majority I'm moving as is. However, I'm going to move that we adopt proposals 1, 2, 3, but with 3, I'd like that extended to all conferences, seminars, forums and similar events that a report be written within 3 months and presented to council. With 6, use of private vehicles, to just add that and purpose of travel, including the type of event, reasons for the event, and that the meeting attendees be kept confidential if so no personal details are revealed. And
Okay, so I'll just pause you right there. Do you have something that you could put forward
No, they're
through to
only
governance? Okay, so Deputy Mayor Bingham wants to move it as is, and then we'll put yours up. Yep. Work it out between yourselves. Councillor Grattan as the seconder as is. All right. Sorry, so we
didn't
need
hear
to
that.
see.
So I wanted to adopt some of the recommendations, but what you're just moving that nothing change.
Yes, there are some people who want to move it as noted, but I'm aware that you also want to customise.
Okay, so I'm moving the substantive motion
Yep.
that we adopt as the recommendations 1, 2, 3, but with 3 for any report, for any attendance at a conference, seminar or forum that a report be presented.
Okay, so just to let you know, all right, this was in the discussion section.
On pages 31 and 32.
Yeah, I can see 32. So on that one, which is councillors attending conferences and seminars.
So in that, it originally is that is not convened by a recognised local government industry or professional. Even if it is convened by a local government industry, I think it still should warrant a report. And then...
So in other words, what you want it to say is where a councillor attends a conference, seminar, forum or similar event, the councillor must provide a written report to council.
Yes.
I'm trying to simplify this. Can you find, that's on page 32. Oh, great.
And then the all others except for 6, where it actually should be in accordance with even the ministerial requirements of disclosure, that the meeting attendees' personal details are kept confidential. So they'd be redacted. And if it related to a corruption allegation, maladministration allegation, I think council's well aware of its obligations in that regard, whereby it can't be publicly disclosed. Just in relation to claim forms, I felt that perhaps was too wide. Like a lot of councillors I note are claiming for printing ink,
Okay,
IT,
we need
that
to
sort of
first
thing.
make sure that we're capturing your substantive motion.
Yeah.
And I don't think we have. So if we could just concentrate on making sure we've got the right wording there first, before we move into any kind of debate.
So it's all of the recommendations bar
Yeah.
what we discussed in relation to 3.
So 3 isn't captured correctly.
So 3 is including what you said earlier. So a
Yes,
report
I was
for
reading
all.
directly from the report. So 4
All
is
of them.
okay,
All of them are fine except for just
except
the
for
amendment.
3 and 6.
Yep, for 3, 6 regarding confidentiality, redaction of personal details, and then 7, like if it's a printer cartridge, how can you, as an example, just like it's requiring councillors to give a explanation on how that's linked to demonstrate direct connection between the claim and the achievement of a specific local government outcome in the form required. So like, I think that's a bit too wide if it was a printer cartridge or other minor matters. So I think ended at the policy be updated to require that councillors must ensure that any claim for reimbursement
I'm more still concerned about the wording. I look at it and go, that hasn't captured what you're
So did you mean
expressing.
3 or 4
well,
or 6?
it's your amendment.
So 3 is for all conferences, like what was worded in the... So the councillor must provide a written report to a council meeting within 3 months outlining the key learnings and benefits realised from their attendance. That's outlined on page 32. And it's not an amendment, I moved it as a substantive motion first. I called it. That's okay, I can move yep.
Yep, but we've covered ourselves with the...
Sorry, I can't see the changes on the screen.
Yes, so what
Yep.
I'm hearing is they're unclear. It might help
So,
if you either email across, possibly.
so I'll just read it again. So in relation to 3, that the policy be updated to require that where a councillor attends a conference, seminar, forum or similar event, that the councillor must provide a written report to a council meeting within 3 months outlining the key learnings and benefits realised from their attendance. So all that's being taken out there is where it said that you don't, it more or less infers that you don't have to provide one when it's convened by a recognised local government, industry or professional body. So I want it to all bodies. Then,
Okay, so that's why there's brackets there saying
Yep.
including all conferences.
that's fine.
4, 5, 6, and on 6 they've got meeting
Yep.
attendees' personal information to be kept confidential.
yes.
And 7 to table for...
And I think that just requires certification that it's in accordance with civic office duties. So that the policy be updated to require councillors must ensure that any claims for reimbursement clearly demonstrate the direct connection between civic office duties.
We're happy with the wording now?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, a seconder, Councillor Singh. Any questions of the staff?
It just needs to be changed also that it's not an amendment, it's the motion.
I've got a question.
Yeah, but we'll get to the questions in a moment. Let's just agree what the words are first. Yes. Yeah, well, I'm just waiting for the words. Yeah, I'm waiting for the words to... The problem here is the amendment word. Yeah.
And I've already foreshadowed that we go back to the original.
Yes. Yep, I think we've covered ourselves in that aspect of it. All right, Councillor De Luca as the mover. Sorry?
Did we do questions?
Yes. Sorry, questions?
Madam Mayor, just quickly through you to the CEO, what is our accepted practice for presenting amendments or changes to substantive motions? Are we meant to send them in before a council meeting? I'm just concerned that we've had 15 people sitting here for 10 minutes while we work something out.
Through you, Chair, I would need to check the specific clause. We encourage amendments to be sent through before council meetings where possible. Otherwise, we work to understand it and get it up on the screen for councillors to consider.
Okay, Councillor Grattan.
Just a question through you, Mayor, regarding the administrative burden that this will have on staff, and will we require additional resources to manage this additional reporting? And I know there'll be additional burdens on councillor time.
Through you, Chair, yes, there were some notes against the details of options for council's consideration on resourcing, and that would need to be considered and included in the report that was tabled back to council when the draft policy with these adjusted clauses was presented.
And then just also noting the inclusion of number 4. So when councillors are invited to events such as, I think there's a gala ball for the women's shelter coming up or various things, all of those will now be excluded and we won't be able to support any of those community organisations through attendance through our council expense budget. We'll be doing that on our own bat, which is fine, just confirming that that's the case.
Through you, Chair, yeah, it is written to suggest unless there's a direct substantive connection, then it wouldn't be claimable under the expenses in that suggested scenario.
Okay, any other questions?
Sorry, just on that, is it not correct that if that attendance can be linked to council's policies or the Office of Local Government's guide on civic roles and duties, that would be permissible?
Through you, Chair, yes, if there is that connection or benefit on the civic duties, then it would be applicable.
Yeah.
I have
Okay,
a question.
Councillor Harvey.
There's a lot to this, obviously, but I'm just wondering, as a councillor, what this would look like when I go to make my claim. So I have to write a whole explanation and a declaration for every pen, does it apply to everything or is it just there's a lot here. I'm trying to get my head around it.
Through you, Chair, the actual clause development for a draft policy will require further finessing than the suggested ideas here, but what this was based on was feedback from councillors in how they might consider transparency on claims. It'll ultimately be a matter for councillors to consider if this is the policy clauses that they are comfortable with to facilitate their expenses and reimbursement system that's presented to you as a councillor decision.
Councillor Causey. Oh, sorry, Councillor Harvey. I've got all your lights or
I
the
just
order in
wanted
which
to
your lights
check,
went on.
is it the opinion of staff that our current policy aligns us with best practice in the industry?
Through you, Chair, while staff don't have an opinion, the policy previously adopted by Council does align with the framework and requirements, but it's ultimately a matter for Council laws should you wish to put in additional or further requirements on yourselves.
Thank
In
you.
its current state, it's been adopted.
Okay, thank you. Is that the end of the questions?
No,
Councillor
sorry.
Causey? Yeah, I've got you as well, Councillor DeLuca. Councillor Causey, your light was on.
Can you tell me, it's true, isn't it, that on our petrol claims, that we already have to state where we were going and what it was for? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get confirmation that is correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, there is information requested on the current form. I understand this is ensuring there's additional detail on the connection to the duty rather than just a location that's a particular distance away for a mileage claim.
Is it possible to amend the form without having to change the policy to make that box a bit bigger on the claim form?
Formatting of forms can absolutely be done operationally.
Okay.
This policy position is only what would be required to be considered.
And the other question I have is, when did we actually vote on this policy last? I thought it was quite recently.
Through you, Chair, yes, I am just looking. It was within the first 12 months of the term of council as required under the legislation, so within the last year.
Councillor DeLuca, questions?
Thanks. Just following on from Councillor Harvey's question, have I not made it clear for 7 so that people don't have to justify printer cartridges or pens or whatever, that certification that claims are in accordance with civic office duties, that would cover that, so that Councillor Harvey and others would not have to go to great extent and pages upon pages of justifying their pens and everything else?
If you're asking me, I could probably get my head around it better if you had sent it to us before the
Yes,
meeting.
well, unfortunately, I didn't have time.
That's all right. But
All
I
right,
guess now that you've said it, it's
stop
very clear.
between yourselves. We'll just stick to the item. So answer to Councillor DeLuca was...
Through you, Chair, yes, revising it to suggest that the claim forms various as opposed to the specific circumstances above connected with civic office duties would appear to cover off minor items that were suggested before, subject to the final wording that would be presented in the policy.
Okay. If there's no more questions, would the mover like to speak?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This report actually arises from a motion by Councillor Hackman and Councillor Hernjack following community concern as to the transparency of our reporting and the actual efficacy of councillor expenditure. And it did arise from Councillor Hernjack attending protests on council funds for Palestine, particularly in Newcastle and other areas. This, I think, report by council staff is comprehensive and significant. And as mentioned by others, it is specifically to ensure transparency and accountability. I think it is fair and reasonable that we have quarterly reporting of our expenses, and it helps both councillors and the community to keep up with what is being spent. It also gives greater guidance to councillors, the amendments proposed, on what exactly they can and cannot do. And that was one of the issues I think several councillors, not just Hackman and Hernjack, raised in stating that we need, it was in accordance with the policy. There was one comment in the media that we need greater guidance on how we can spend allowances. And I think council staff have appropriately responded to that with this. If an amendment is passed that we do not do anything, apart from it being a complete waste of time by council staff, it also signals to the community that there will be no change for the better. I note the Parliament, when claiming, has a much more intense application process than this. And that is to ensure that logistical support funds are actually spent in accordance with what is expected by the taxpayer. And that is what is expected by our community. We saw the outrage in our community of some councillors' expenses, that they felt it was not in accordance with a councillor's civic duty. And therefore, I think this proposed policy update is essential and that it should be adopted tonight. And I think if nothing changes, that will be very sad, and it looks like a cynical that the original motion by councillors Hackman and Hernjack was just cynical, and that now we have, as a council, voted for staff to look at this in depth, and they have done so, and that it's just been a complete waste of time and resources by council staff, and we're rejecting suggestions which are fair and reasonable.
Can I make a very polite point of order, please? I think Councillor Hernjack's been misrepresented. Councillor Hernjack has never attended a Palestine protest in Newcastle.
Sorry.
Thank you, councillors.
I will withdraw that and clarify. I think it was to block the boats that were alleged to have been.
Okay, councillors, let's just stay on topic. We were doing really well. Councillor Causey.
Okay, I'm going to speak against this amendment, and I'm speaking as one of the councillors who's had either the lowest or consistently amongst the lowest spending of any councillor on Northern Beaches Council. As far as I can see, there are limits to certain categories of spending already anyway, which the council has determined as being acceptable. And the council has voted as representing members of the community. I will also say that Councillor Hernjack has never attended, or he's attended an event at Newcastle that included a conference that was extremely relevant, being about climate change, to council business. So that claim, as far as I can see, is totally relevant.
Well, we've moved on from that.
So the majority of the staff's report indicates that there's sufficient information. The only one that I could see that, you know, I think with the petrol claims, okay, we can put a bigger box in for people to put more information. I have to say, I've only claimed for petrol, I think, for about 12 months out of the whole time I've been on council, because I just don't get a chance to fill in the form. Pittwater Ward is flat out, and for me, I'd much prefer to be dealing with issues that are coming from residents, reading the papers properly, or all sorts of other things, than sitting down writing reams of reports for council claims. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. If anyone else has anything... Oh, Councillor Harvey.
I'll say similarly that I feel like this amendment is just, it's so flagellating on councillors. It feels flagellating to me, at least, to constantly be sort of, it almost makes you feel like a criminal for claiming back what you have spent to do this job that we know that we are under reimbursed for, you know. This is not a high-paying job. Councillor Hernjack and I, as young people who have to work and have to study, we really, really struggle to find the time to even do expenses. And the process that we go through is already very thorough. I claimed, I think, a $15 toll to a conference that I went to last year, both ways, and I had to, get what are they called? JP to oversee me and sign the form because it wasn't clear, what I spent that for. I couldn't prove that it was on that specific highway. And I think what we've seen in this council chamber and what we've seen over the past year with an expense scandal, it really brings shame to the industry. And I'm really, really sick of it, to be honest. I think that it's very clear from the report that staff have prepared that we are in line with the industry standard. And sure, there might be a higher threshold for parliamentarians, but they have staff. I struggle to find the time to read these thousands of pages of attachments and read the budget and do my job, let alone justify whether my printer ink, every single page of that is, for a council purpose. It's incredibly frustrating, and it feels like we're fighting over nickels and dimes and criminalising people who are here to do very good work for their community. So I will not be supporting this, and I hope that it can be the end of it. Thank you.
Okay, if no one else has anything to add, Councillor De Luca is the original mover.
No, I've got something to add.
Oh, Councillor Dillon.
Yep. So
Hop in quick.
I feel a bit odd for saying this, but I'm sure a lot of councillors will agree. We're actually doing it again and putting an extraordinary amount of time into our internal stuff. Do these question through you, Mayor, to staff, do these operational matters need to be in the chamber? Because we need to get stuff done for the residents. That's why we're here.
Through you, Chair, this is a policy that council needs to adopt and consider what you think are appropriate expenses and access facilities for reimbursement. We just note it's consistent with the model template.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Luca as the original mover.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It does concern me that councillors feel like they're being criminally declared because they are being asked to justify the expenditure of other people's money. And we must always remember that our councillor fee and our allowance comes from ratepayers. We are required to properly justify every cent. That's called transparency. I note Councillor Harvey's comments regarding the explanation of Councillor Hernjack's attendance in Newcastle, and someone else said that he attended a conference. Now, if you actually look at the form that was submitted, the dates of the travel are different to the conference. So it actually appeared that he did not attend the conference, just the protest. And as we know, our community had great issue about attending a protest in Newcastle. Councillor Harvey particularly said that the community, that she's sick of this. Our community is sick of this. They want their funds, their ratepayers' dollars, spent responsibly. They don't want ratepayers' money spent on protests. They don't want it spent on TikTok dancing, on expensive resources to make those videos, etc., etc. You only have to read social media and, indeed, our normal media to know what the expectations are. So we as councillors have an utmost responsibility to ensure that public money, ratepayers' money, is spent responsibly and that we account for that. And as I said earlier, it is extremely saddening that 2 councillors moved a notice of motion to have this report done so that the policy could be improved for transparency and accountability, and now it would appear that those councillors are going to vote not to further the recommendations of council staff for such transparency and instead keep the status quo. And that is not good enough in the perception of the community's eyes, and it is certainly not good enough, I think, be it by way of good governance or be it by way of integrity. So I ask all councillors to vote for this motion because it is a serious issue. And even if this is defeated, it actually goes towards adding more suspicion in the community because councillors have voted down a process proposed for transparency and accountability. And that concerns me greatly.
Councillors, we can put this item to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltinan, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman. Those against? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Grattan and myself. Declare that lost. And foreshadowed motion by Councillor Bingham. Seconded by Councillor Harvey. Oh, Councillor Grattan, sorry. Take that back. All right, any questions? Any dissent? Okay, we'll just move this straight to the vote unless anyone's got anything to add to this. All right, all those in favour? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Grattan and myself. Those against, Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Glanville and Councillor Hackman. Have I got that right? Did I miss anyone? Declare that carried. Okay, councillors, just to let you know how we're going time-wise, if we keep going with each item at the moment that we've got left on the agenda, we've got 12 minutes per item. Just thought I'd put a bit of time context on there. Next item up is item 9.5, Councillor Beaujard, I think, and Councillor Causey, was it? Councillor Causey. Looking at my scribble. Okay, any questions of the staff? Councillor Causey.
I'm not sure, this is just going through the minutes, I'm not sure if you're able to discuss this, but I'm just wondering what the issue with Kimbricky's partnership with Hornsby Council, why that was discussed.
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors will have to come back to you on that. That was a matter for the ARIC. I'd have to chase the ARIC on that.
Okay. And then the other area that I guess I was interested in was the coastal management discussion, and I guess I thought that the audit had found that the council hadn't consulted properly with the community, and we've been undertaking measures to deal with that. But I'm just wondering what was contained in the two recommendations that was discussed and what was discussed about them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That wasn't my recollection of the findings, but if it would be of assistance, Councillor Causey, we could ask Mr Dickinson to come back and talk to you about that.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so does anyone else have any questions or have any dissent on the recommendation, or can we move this straight to the vote?
Madam Mayor, I'd seek Council's indulgence just to report back from the AREC to the
Absolutely.
Council their matters.
Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try and keep this. I'll try and keep this brief. At my insistence, the AREC now reports back to Council items they may find that Council will be interested in, and that is in response to last year's budget discussions, where there seemed to be some, why weren't we told about this stuff? So we've initiated a change in the AREC. Now, just for the people listening, AREC is our Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. I'm the councillor on that committee, but I cannot vote. The only voting members are independent. So I just want to draw the Chamber's attention specifically to item 13.2 of the minutes. It's items for notation to the governing body, and there's 7 items. And I'll run through them quite quickly. First of all, Kimbrickie Environmental Enterprises, they provided their annual briefing, and we're very pleased to report they delivered strong financial results over the past year. Secondly, service reviews. The AREC is responsible for oversight of the service review programme, and explicitly wanted to highlight the importance of councillor input in these reviews. In a recent review, it was found that only 2 councillors had provided input to the service review. So I'd implore my colleagues, when you see in the bulletin that a service review is coming and asking for your input, that's extremely helpful for staff. Third, the project which is upgrading our core IT systems, it's one of the highest risk projects a council can undertake. It's not being undertaken by choice, it's being forced upon us by software upgrades. However, the Northern Beaches Council had this project reviewed by the Audit Office, and the recent upgrade was identified as being exceptionally well managed, so congratulations to staff there. Our 2024-25 audit done by the New South Wales Audit Office, we received a clean audit or an unmodified opinion. That's a testament to the rigorous financial discipline of our staff, given an asset base of $6.5 billion and a budget of $588 million, as we've discussed before. Fifth, our investment policy. There is an independent review of our investment policy reported to the AREC, and it reported that it remains entirely fit for purpose. So to assist the Chamber further, when that policy is next submitted to Council for approval, it will be accompanied directly by AREC's independent advice to help guide our decision making, and I can only commend that. 6, cybersecurity, risk management. Cyber threats represent one of the most dynamic and escalating risks in local government at the moment. The committee's received comprehensive updates on our security posture, and they certainly engaged in a robust discussion regarding potential benchmarking to ensure our cyber preparedness remains at an industry-leading standard, and that's important for protecting everyone's data. And finally, as Councillor Causey mentioned, the Audit Office's coastal management audit is highly relevant to our LGA. The statewide audit clearly demonstrated significant challenges all councils are facing due to the New South Wales government, and I quote the audit here, this is not my opinion, poor oversight, their inadequate facilitation of the framework, and a lack of necessary funding, which really validates our ongoing advocacy that the state government must step up and support coastal councils. These 7 items alone in a single meeting demonstrate the immense value of the independent oversight provided by the AREC. They prove we're operating transparently, our major risks are being actively mitigated, and that our finances are secure. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else has any questions, or Councillor Causey, you've asked your questions. If no one else has anything to say, we can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Item 10.1, moved by Councillor Grattan, seconded, I think, by Councillor Causey. As we wait for the musical chairs. Now, does anybody of the councillors have any questions to ask? Questions? No, I know the movers ready to say something? Just any questions? Councillor Glanville, are you a question?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Are you a question, Councillor
No,
Grattan?
no, I was just going to speak.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah. Councillor Glanville, question?
Thank you. On page 381, you talk about, through you, Madam Mayor, the strategy talks about looking for funding opportunities to develop additional council-run centres in the upper northern beaches. I'm very supportive of that, but I was wondering, there's no measurable action attached to that in terms of measuring success or not. I was wondering why is that, and what the sort of measure of success for that action is.
Through to Mr. Is it going to be, no? Okay.
Thank you.
Ms.
Look, we
Messina.
absolutely, if we can seek and locate funding, we can report back on that as an annual measure. It's just sourcing the funding opportunities, because it would be a significant funding opportunity to create a new service.
Yeah, I guess I'm just concerned that we're inserting an action that doesn't actually have a sort of measurable attached to it, just as a sort of closing the dots that we've either done or not done the thing that we said was an action. But I think I've made my point.
Okay, any other questions? As the mover, Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor. Big congratulations to the team on the early childhood strategy. Particularly, I love adding children's voices to the strategy. When we did our child safeguarding policy, we reflected the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the importance of children's voices, and that was something I remember talking about back in 2019 or something. I think we were doing that work. So I think that this is now fantastic, that our intention is to build this particular aspect out through the strategy. Also really like having a great summary, the plan on a page that I always bang on about. It's there, and it has the measures and inclusions on each outcome, so that's great. A couple of thoughts that I thought we could add in to strengthen the strategy even further. To include the quality standards in our outcomes measurement. We do so well on our quality standards, and we should keep our focus on maintaining those excellent standards. So I just thought it'd be worth bringing that into our outcomes measures. I noted we're doubling up on advocate for better remuneration in a few of the actions, but a bit like the other action Councillor Glanville just mentioned, we don't have a measure to track whether or not we're successful with that. So I think that's something else to add. And then finally, on the children's voices outcomes, I think we should try and work out how we could include a measure that demonstrates the impact of the child's voices, sort of a child satisfaction measure, and we spoke about that briefly earlier today, Ms. Messina, but I'll leave that to the staff experts to work out how and what that could be done. But I think it shouldn't just be that we've actually included the voices, but what did those voices say is important. But overall, congratulations, well done, and I really look forward to hearing from the community's views on this excellent service that we run and excel at, and seeing what they think of this strategy. So it's great to put it out in public exhibition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey.
Yes, thank you. Look, I'd also like to congratulate staff on the draft policy. I'd like to make a few comments about it. I think it's an excellent document, and it clearly defines our council's approach to children's services. The emphasis on integrated services and bringing different types of care together, I think, is fantastic. The workforce planning, I'm really impressed with the focus on basically workers' conditions and training. And I think that's really important in an industry where where wages are so low. And the voices of children as well. I mean, listening to what children have to say and respecting children in centres where many spend a large percentage of their weekday work hours is really important. I think the framework will also engender confidence amongst parents who entrust their children to our services. and it's great for them to be able to read the charts at the back detailing our service standards, and noting that 10% of our services receive an excellent rating, 60% exceeding the required standard, and only 30% working towards it. But that compares to the rest of Australia and New South Wales, which the policy notes have only 0.2% of services rated as excellent. I'm particularly pleased to see the proposal to make services more accessible by trying to find funding for Frenchs Forest and what we're calling the Upper Northern Beaches, which I presume is Pittwater and Narrabeen wards, where there's been a massive shortage of places over the last 10 years or so. However, one other area that I haven't seen mentioned in the draft, but I hope will be included in the final document, is a focus on services for shift workers. These workers are even more limited in the availability of childcare of any description than the average worker. I'll note for anyone living in Pittwater, working on a roster that changes every week, and from my own experience, starting at 7 a.m. or even 5:30 one week, and then followed by late finishes the next week of 11 p.m. or anything even up to 2 a.m., and then you add in travel time, service provision is extremely, or needs to be extremely flexible and affordable. Finally, I'd just like to make a comment about the language of the draft. I think it is unfortunate that low pay and conditions of what we used to call childcare workers or teachers, along with the competitive mentality of some parents for wanting education in the early years, has driven the change from the ideas of caring away, so that the document makes very little reference to caring. I absolutely believe that workers in this sector should be respected and paid in accordance with the responsibility that they carry toward our children and their families. But due to the change in language, we are sort of losing that sense of caring, which is what most kids aged 3 years and under are in greatest need of. And in fact, school systems like Finland's, where students achieve the highest marks in later schooling in international comparisons, don't start so-called educating their kids until they're 6 or 7. So above all, I hope our centres can be places where kids can explore, play, make friends and experience a warm and caring atmosphere. And I hope that many parents, educators and other people in the community will read this policy and make comments on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville, you've had your light on.
Thanks. Thanks to the staff and for the strategy and for running an excellent service. I'd send my kids to the council's childcare, but the wait list is always so long and so highly in demand that it's not always possible to get a place. Look, my only other comment is sort of some food for thought for the staff, because in reading the strategy, I felt we were missing a trick. With all the recent news about the ability for malicious actors to exploit the dodgy employment practices of the for-profit childcare sector, I really think that we're maybe missing a trick in really owning that our centres are, council-run centres are empirically safer for children to attend than the for-profit childcare sector. And I really think maybe something that I thought was lacking in the strategy, and I'm presenting as food for thought, is really owning that children are safer at our centres. They're safer because we pay our workers well. We have a standing sort of spare workers that we know who they are and we can lean on them, rather than temporary agencies where, you know, malicious actors can get roles and work in a number of centres. That's not possible at one of our centres. We know who our temporary staff are because we have a pool we call from. So I really think that there's a strength that we're not leaning in on here, that that we don't have exploitative work practices, and as a result, the children who attend our centres are safer. So I'll leave it at that as things for the staff to think about.
Okay, if no one else has anything to add, as the original mover, Councillor Grattan, I'm going to just put it to the vote. All in furious agreement, I'm sure, because we know that our service centres, childcare centres are highly valued. Okay, all those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. (11.1). Councillor Causey. Just hang on a tick while we bring that up. Seconded by Councillor Hackman. Just wait for the change of chairs. Okay, so has anyone got any questions of the staff?
Can I first of all say I have an amendment sent to governance that I'd like to move with this.
Okay, so we can make that the substantive motion.
I might foreshadow the original motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and we've got a foreshadow. Okay, any questions of this? Councillor Causey, you've got questions?
Yes, so I've sent these to staff. I just to check in a couple of things. So in the third paragraph of the policy, second sentence, this is on page 408 for your
Councillor
reference.
Causey, are you reviewing what you've put forward?
No, this is
separate from this?
This is a separate
This is definitely questions.
These are just questions.
Okay, all right, sorry.
So the statement, work with the BFMC and our partners and neighbours to ensure the community is reasonably informed in ways that best enable it to understand bushfires threats. I'm just wondering what the legal implications of that statement are, where we're talking about ensuring the community is reasonably informed.
Through you, Mayor Hines, the intent of that particular statement is to indicate that council has a role as a partner and as a land manager in helping to manage bushfire risk. So there's no particular liability that brings about. It's a statement of us working collaboratively with agencies and the community to help increase the level of awareness of bushfire risk.
I'm just wondering, it's probably a historical thing, why there are no community protection plans for north of Mona Vale, given that the whole area is at risk of bushfire from, if nothing else, ember attack, but the multiple bush reserves surrounded by housing.
Through you, Mayor Hines, I don't have any information in front of me in relation to that, as this largely relates to the policy, but I'm happy to look into the particulars of that. I suspect it'll be something we'll need to ask of RFS.
And then, yes, and so then just one last thing at the end of the policy, where I think it's a definition about states group housing within the meaning of SEP. For areas that are classified as areas at risk, and it mentions seniors housing under the SEP. I'm assuming that includes nursing homes.
Through you, Mayor Hines, I'd need to consult my planning colleagues in relation to the definition around that, but my bush planner guess would be yes, but I'll defer to my colleagues and get you an answer on that.
Okay, thanks. Oh, sorry, I do have...
Okay, last
We have a
one,
couple
councillor
more.
Causey.
Sorry, yep. Look, I'm sorry, it's very frustrating that a lot of these questions I would have asked previously in a briefing, but because we don't have briefings, I'm having to ask them on the floor. But anyway, so the issue of the APZs, I'm just wondering how it will work where it's saying that they're going to be required on private land or new developments on private land, given for issues like having to, buildings, are they going to have to be built further from the boundaries? Are there going to be special cases in the LEP for them? And if hazard reduction burns are being carried out, how will they deal with things like backyard fences or side fences on property boundaries where currently the APZ is all outside, and if there's a hazard reduction burn, they'll do precision burning actually along the boundary line. But if that's the other issue is what happens if there is a fence or without a fence, and there's a whole accumulation of, flammable material within the area, that can potentially put the reserve at risk if embers end up in it. So, how will the policy deal with that, or how do we deal with that, with those issues?
Through you, Mel Hines, I think we're getting into the fairly operational territory of how hazard reduction work is undertaken. To answer your first point that I think you were trying to make was effectively, and it's been in place for some time, council does not allow its land to be used as an asset protection zone for private property. So the intention of the policy is to ask property owners to manage their risk within their property footprint rather than requiring the removal of bushland on council or other land in order to protect their property, if that makes sense.
Okay, sorry, I do have one more question. It's actually about mapping. So my amendment discusses or talks about mapping for heritage sites. I understand there's mapping already done for Aboriginal cultural sites. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the actions that we undertake when we're planning to do hazard reduction works, because they're an activity, we have to assess the impact of that activity on a whole range of measures. So including things like ecological impact, for example, including things like heritage, including things like social impact. So as part of our assessment process, we're obliged to consider a whole raft of different potential impacts, and we refer to council's mapping, the same sort of mapping that we rely upon when we're assessing development applications, for example, to help inform that.
So is that mapping used as in an operational context?
Yes.
It is, okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you for all those questions. Councillor Glanville, you were next.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm a couple of things, and apologies that I didn't send these through in advance, but I'm sure the staff are up to the task of answering them on the spot. So through you, Madam Mayor, looking through the policy, it wasn't clear to me that it envisaged methods other than hazard reduction burns, but I'm assuming that part of our mix in how we plan to manage bushfire risk includes a variety of methods like mechanical and clearing and plant selection and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to clarify my understanding about those other risk management methods and whether you envisage that this policy supports using them, or whether I've misread something.
Through you, Mayor Hines, that's correct. Your interpretation is correct.
That
is what we do. So
it
hazard
supports
reduction
those
burning is a component of it, but equally so is fuel load reduction by clearing and other methods.
Yes, and do we manage risk at all through how we kind of manage plant communities? Because I guess different planting types will carry different risk. Do we sort of actively use species selection and sort of plant community selection to reduce risk by, retaining water and less risky plants? Is that part of how we manage that risk?
Through Mayor Hines, to an extent, effectively what we're talking about here is large bushland parcels and in most cases fairly intact, good condition bushland parcels. So our intention is to manage the bushfire risk but also maintain the ecological integrity of that reserve at the same time.
Thanks. No further questions.
Councillor Beaujard, I've got you next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try and turn my omnibus of questions into two, if I can. First of all, was council staff involved in the drafting of this changed motion?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the motion before you was one from Councillor Causey.
Thank you. And does anything in this altered motion increase our risk or change the risk profile of hazard reduction and backburning on the northern beaches?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I don't believe it will because these are activities that we currently contemplate when we are considering the impacts of the bushfire activities we undertake.
I might do a quick follow-up then. I just want to clarify that point if I can.
I'll let everyone have, and yes,
sorry,
one
Mayor
last
Hines.
one.
So in staff's opinion versus the original substantive motion and this, there's no effective difference to our risk profile in how we manage these events. That's my concerns around risk rather than what we do.
Through you, Mayor Hines, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hackman.
Thank you. Question to staff through you, ma'am. Just a really quick question. I spoke with a superintendent from the RFS today. Both Councillor Williams and I have a good relationship with him and many of the other agencies. We are co-chairs on the Bushfire Management Committee. So it's really wonderful to see council updating their bushfire management policy. And my question is just in relation to backburning. Looking through all of these amendments that Councillor Causey has proposed, it does seem quite thorough and it is detailed and on review with the RFS. All of it is fine. Just not sure about backburning because I don't think that it relates directly to council, anything to do with council, and that there are other alternatives. Would it be useful to just remove backburning and just keep hazard reduction burns? And would Councillor Causey consider that? That's my next question.
Through you, Mayor Hines, I think, in referring back to my earlier answer, I think the motion that's put before us will allow us to continue to do what we currently do and does not substantively change what we currently do. And so similarly, whether the addition of hazard reduction burns was included in there or not included in there would not have an operational impact.
Okay, particularly if it doesn't relate to council's jurisdiction. So the other question is just around the mapping, and I know that Councillor Causey mentioned something about it being generic. I just want to be specific because the RFS raised a concern that potentially clear mapping might increase a risk about theft of any cultural items. Could you clarify if the mapping that is being undertaken with this would be broad enough to safeguard those items?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we would and we do make use of our existing mapping where a mapping layer is restricted because of cultural sensitivity or concern about vandalism or otherwise. Staff have access to that in the performance of their duties, so it would be, there is, again, in relation to the report that's before you, there's nothing being proposed that would amend that or change that risk in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we're kind of through with the questions, Councillor Williams.
Sorry, not a question. I've got an amendment to number 4. It's a bit confusing. Could we possibly change other housing significant?
Okay, before we get to amendments, we need the mover to speak first and then we'll get to you. Though I have a feeling I know where you're going. Okay. All right, Councillor Causey.
Okay, so look, I'm going to start with the amendments. The amendments I'm proposing are actually relatively small. There are, I think, 5 of them, but they basically relate to 2 issues. So on the definition of an APZ, the asset protection zone, I'd like to add the issue of hazard reduction burning. Back burning was the actual original wording in the policy, so I haven't added back burning. And then...
Sorry, keep going, Councillor Causey. Councillor Dillon, just...
Yeah, they are, yes. The reason I've added hazard reduction burning is because it is different to back burning, and hazard reduction burning is used to remove material before there are bushfires. Back burning is something that is done during a bushfire to try and clear an area where to prevent the fire spreading further. So I'm happy to take staff's advice on whether we leave back burning or remove it, but I think we should add hazard reduction burning.
Okay, so just stop there for a moment. Mr Dickinson, are you happy to leave in back burning, or should we take it out, keeping in mind that the superintendent for RFS Northern Beaches has commented that it would be probably better out because most people misunderstand the difference between back burning and hazard reduction. Hazard reduction is normally the preferred term.
Through you, Mayor Hines, I've not been involved in any of the discussions with Superintendent Baddock, so I'm not quite sure what his position is on these various matters, but I would say that without checking in any great detail, I would prefer that it be left as it originally stood to avoid making any unnecessary change. But as I said, I don't understand that there's a significant impact from this one way or the other.
Okay, Councillor Causey, continue.
Okay, so secondly, whilst the draft includes consideration of fire impacts on Aboriginal heritage sites, it doesn't actually do the same for basically post-1788 heritage sites, of which we have quite a significant number on the Northern Beaches. So basically, I've inserted where we're discussing Aboriginal heritage or heritage, I've basically inserted statements that we protect actual heritage sites or sites that are housing movable heritage objects, which is actually a technical term used by people working in heritage and museums for objects that can be carried around, and so the housing them is where the place that you put these that may contain these types of objects. And yeah, so that's basically it in terms of the amendment. I do appreciate, I think that the policy is great. It's a very complicated area with lots of different organisations involved. I'm also an observer on the Bushfire Committee. I've also covered bushfires as a reporter, and as I say, well, I won't say anything else on that, but so I am familiar with some of the language and some of the practices. The document lays out the Council's approach to bushfire management, and topping the list is a commitment to proactive measures to protect life and property from bushfires, which is obviously the most important thing that we can be doing. Given how much of the Northern Beaches is bushfire prone, and the potential for the sort of devastating fires we've seen in LA last year, I'd like to see more residents aware of the risks and simple measures they can take to reduce them, and that is something that this policy is proposing to do. It also supports emergency services in their work associated with bushfires, and critically these principles also include planning for climate change and its impact on future bushfire risk, which we know is increasing. I'm concerned, however, I mean, there's other good stuff in there as well, but I'm concerned about the requirement for asset protection zones to be included within the footprints of developments. We've already had some questions, and I now understand that that's part of already council practice, so I'll leave that there. But I'm also concerned that there are no bushfire fire risk management plans for anywhere north of Mona Vale. That's despite the risk of fires caused by embers floating across from Ku-ring-gai Chase and from the many bush reserves as discussed. And adding to that is the fact that every road out of Pittwater was cut during the 1994 bushfires, along with Barrenjoey Road at Bilgola Bends. So the area does have a significant risk and evacuation problems. So yeah, that's basically it, and I commend the amendment to councillors.
Okay, I'm gathering from the lights up that there's Councillor Causey. Could you turn your light off? Is it a comment? We're past questions. Councillor Williams. Okay, into debate.
I have a comment.
Right.
And I was also, when is the appropriate time for me to suggest the amendment?
Okay, now?
Now? Okay, first if I can make a comment. Last year we ratified the bushfire management plan for the whole of the Northern Beaches, including Pittwater. So there is a plan in place and it is quite extensive. I don't have the details here, but I'm sure you're covered. In item 4, we say ensure that heritage sites and the particular line, others housing significant movable heritage objects. You clarified very kindly this afternoon that you meant art galleries and museums. Could we replace other housing significant movable heritage objects with art galleries and museums, please? Rather than inputting a glossary into the policy to explain what that means.
I feel that's a bit limiting, frankly.
Sorry?
It's a bit limiting.
Art galleries and museums?
Well, there may be a surf club or other housing, just a heritage house that has movable items as well. So that's very limiting.
The other comment I'd make is that the Aboriginal Heritage Office has a extensive mapping of Aboriginal heritage sites. So that has already happened, and the Metropolitan Land Council are part of the BFMC, and they are part of how those plans are put together. So that's all taken into account as far as I understand.
The amendment doesn't change anything to do with Aboriginal heritage.
Okay, I suspect as the person sitting here and having been on the Bushfire Management Committee the longest, I kind of feel like you're all actually agreeing with each other, just looking for different words for virtually the same thing. I may or may not agree with exactly how all the words are there. What I would ask is to Mr Dickinson, are the words that are there clear? Others housing significant movable heritage objects, is that clear enough for you, or do we need to make that more, clarify that meaning of those words?
Through you, Mayor Hines, it's reasonably clear to me, but I guess the question is whether or not it would need to be defined in the policy to assist others in interpreting it.
What about places that house significant heritage items?
Are you okay with that, Councillor Causey? Okay. I think we might have hit on an agreement here. Do you need that resaid?
Councillor Causey, is it okay if I ask for one word to be removed? I'd be really happy to support this amendment, but I can't do it because Superintendent said not to include the word backburning If you're willing to take that off, I'll be happy to support it.
Look, my initial feeling was to replace the word backburning, but given that the council advice, staff advice is to leave that word there, I'd prefer to leave it.
That the superintendent said that it limits their policy if they're talking about like using goats as opposed to backburning, and also that there wasn't council jurisdiction on backburning at all.
Let me just see, where is it?
So can we go then and move?
It doesn't exclude use of goats. That statement doesn't exclude use of goats anyway, so, or manual vegetation
Okay,
removal.
all right. I think we need to draw this to some kind of painful close because, like I said, I think there's a lot of agreement, but we're going in circles in the wording on the floor. Okay, so councillors, back to the original mover with the right of reply.
Sorry, I did have my light on previously.
Yes, sorry, it went off. Yep, Councillor Glanville.
Sorry. I just wanted to briefly thank the staff for it and say I really appreciate the wording and inclusion of recognising cultural burning, because I think that is something that's important and probably something that we need to strengthen into the future. It's challenging to do it. The impacts of colonialism is that a lot of that information and those skills have been lost and are having to be rebuilt, but it is something that I see as really important for us sensitively managing bushfire risk with First Nations people. So I just wanted to recognise that it was there and thank the staff.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey, can I?
I don't need to.
Great, thank you so much. I was going to ask for your indulgence. So, councillors, can we put this to the vote? Keeping in mind that there is a foreshadowed amendment of the original motion. All those in favour, Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Giltman, Councillor Robins, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Glanville. I'm gathering Councillor Grattan. And those against? I'm going to vote against Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Hackman and myself. There we go, just sharing it around. Now, procedural motion that we move into a 10-minute break, seconded by Deputy Mayor Bingham. All those in favour, which now means a 10-minute break from now. It's 8:08, so see you back here in 8:18. And for those in the back, please feel free. I think there's coffee and tea at the back there and hot water, all of that, and milk in the little fridge. got enough for a quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Great. And are we ready to go? Yes and yes. So here we are, back on a topic. Councillor Bingham. Yeah. Okay. So, no. We'll get someone to go chase those councillors back in. But we're up to 13.1 and seconded by me, Councillor Robins. There we go. Right. Okay, so we start off with questions of the staff. Anybody got any questions? No. My goodness. Councillor De Luca, surely you've got a question. Okay, so as the mover, Councillor Bingham, are you happy with it as is, or do you have any amendments?
I have a small change, Madam Mayor, which is up on the which I said through earlier.
Okay, and that's your happy addition? Okay, and it's seconded by Councillor Robin, so I've got that. Any questions, or as the mover, Councillor Bingham, would you like to take it away?
Certainly. Okay, we've been looking at the future use of Manly Town Hall, which is no longer required for council meetings since amalgamation, which was 10 years ago. Since then, staff have conducted a heritage report. They've done a building structural condition report, a condition assessment and life cycle post-cost plan have all been prepared. Between 2020 and 21, many community groups and individuals presented their ideas for alternative uses for the town hall, and community and stakeholder engagement was undertaken by council. Over 1,000 ideas were submitted via Your Say page, with the main one seeking an entertainment space or museum and art gallery. In 2022, a major project working group was formed who presented their ideas based on all the community feedback. In April 23, it was resolved that a feasibility study for a multi-purpose performance and exhibition space be undertaken, and the results were reported a year later. It became clear that council alone did not have the resources to undertake this project. It's now 2 years later, 2026, and it's time to make a decision which direction council should take. Manly offers a choice of 100 places where you can eat and drink, eat and drink, and eat and drink, but nowhere can you have a night for entertainment. The Manly Town Hall is the most iconic building in Manly. It is centrally located and accessible to all public transport and parking stations. It provides an opportunity to stage concerts, cabarets, bands, dances, theatre, and all kinds of entertainment, including exhibitions. It is part of the entertainment precinct for Manly CBD, and proceeding with an expression of interest is supported by the Manly Chamber of Commerce, local and state federal members. So let's just get on with it. This is the only way to establish if there is a suitable group who is interested in undertaking this project. There may be no one, and then again we may find a very viable partner. There's only one way to find out. This process will obviously take years, but we have to start. Please support this motion and let's get on with it.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions still, or Councillor Grattan?
I was just going to speak in support.
Yep, please speak in support.
I thank Councillor Bingham for her vision and her persistence. This process has been going on for a very long time. And I also, agree, we've been talking about this for long. We need to get on and see if there's something out there. The community expect it. There's been a lot of discussions about it. I also thank Councillor Bingham for adjusting the wording and just broadening it out just a little bit. I think we've had some developments in Manly with the new Felons, music space we have there, which is an amazing facility for 800 odd people. I just think we might need to broaden the definition of away from just a performance space and exhibition to other cultural purposes and see what comes out. Hopefully something exciting happens and we can really get great use of the building. In the meantime, we've still got a lot of time for the staff to be based there as we consider sort of future accommodation strategies down the track. But really we want to broaden that vibrancy of Manly and help support that tourism economy, which then is that gateway to the whole Northern Beaches and the whole Northern Beaches tourism and destination plan. So step on the road, encourage everyone to support this, and let's see what happens. And if it's going to be a complicated PPP, I'm sure Cam will be up for it eventually. So despite his reluctance, so thank you.
Okay, anyone else would like to add? Slip in a question. Councillor Robins, I know you were helpful being the seconder.
Yes, I was just going to say, Councillor Grattan, in your absence, I seconded this for you, so I concur with exactly what you said. And I just want to Councillor Bingham, your resilience and your persistence and your vision is to be acknowledged, and it would be wonderful as a legacy.
If I'm still alive.
Manly Town Hall is a I mean, over the time that I've known Councillor Bingham, just was the vision. When you get off the ferry, it's the first thing you see. It's our children. Like, it's such an important, iconic building in that precinct that just really hope that something can become of it, which does its value worth. So.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a big occasion. We go out again on an EOI. I think just for context that people should be aware who are possibly listening that it's not an easy swap like what was said to us last week, just sell the building. Isn't as easy as it sounds because it already houses hundreds of staff. So before something actually happens with that building, whoever is going to be working with us on I'm sure some fabulous idea, they have to make sure that there is somewhere that we're going to end up housing the hundreds that actually work there. Because even though you walk in and you just see a couple of counters, it's a bit like the TARDIS. It's a lot bigger on the inside than what most people realise. So with that, Councillor Deputy Mayor, nothing to add. Let's put this to the vote. Okay, all those in favour? Obviously, Deputy Mayor Bingham. Oh, it's unanimous. Excellent. So we're going to go out to an expression of interest on that. Thank you very much. Okay, next one up is item 13.2, revocation of policies. Road reserves, leases, road reserve and streetscape management and encroachment, construction and road reserve leases. Gee, I feel like I've said that 3 times. Councillor Causey, are you moving that as is or are you... You got an amendment?
I can move as is, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Grattan. Okay, so, right, as the mover, Councillor Beaujard, you could go first and then we'll go into your amendment, Councillor Causey.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Look, I'm here to support item 13.2, which seeks to officially revoke 3 outdated legacy policies from our former councils regarding road reserves leases, road reserves and streetscape management, and encroachments and constructions. I really want to thank staff for bringing this forward. Removing redundant policies that have been lingering since amalgamation is good administration housekeeping. It reduces red tape, provides clarity for our staff, and ensures our residents aren't confused by conflicting rules from councils that haven't existed for a decade. However, we need to be honest about how we're spending our time in this chamber. While this is an effective clean-up exercise, it's not strategically improving community outcomes. We are currently grappling with massive local government area-wide challenges. We have a multi-million-dollar infrastructure maintenance backlog. We're navigating the complexities of a special rate variation, and our community is demanding extreme financial discipline and strategic vision. Yet here we are, utilising our limited and valuable chamber time to formally revoke minor defunct administrative documents. The fact that this specific item was deferred from our March meeting means it's now consumed space in 2 separate business papers and taken up 2 months of our attention. We can't afford to let our agendas get bogged down by administrative trivia when we have such heavy lifting to do. Therefore, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask the CEO and staff a hypothetical question, to which I don't need an answer today, but is there a way we can streamline this revocation process moving forward? Rather than bringing these minor legacy policies to the Chamber piecemeal, month after month, can we implement a more efficient mechanism? Could we compile these obsolete policies into a single annual administrative housekeeping report? Or explore delegated authorities to revoke policies that are demonstrably superseded by new LGA-wide frameworks. We need to clear the deck so this council can focus its energy on the strategic decisions that actually move the needle for the Northern Beaches. I support the revocation of these 3 policies tonight, but I urge us to find a better, faster way to clean out the closet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the staff before we move into our... Okay, we're through the questions. We're up to the seconder to speak, which is Councillor Grattan. Do you have anything to add to this? No, you don't. Okay, Councillor Causey.
Yes, so I'd like to move an amendment as sent to staff and discussed with staff.
If we can have that up.
So,
seconded by Councillor Glanville.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Causey, do you want to give us an idea as to what?
yes, so I'm afraid I don't think, well, not afraid, I don't think that just dumping these policies is necessarily administrative trivia. I've actually read through all the former policies and the documents related to them over the last few days, and there are various issues that have come up that have been enlightening for me personally, but that also are of significant concern to, I know, residents in Pittwater, and I've had multiple approaches from residents in Pittwater since I came onto council, particularly about encroachments. So I'm not happy just to scrap the policies and have nothing there for residents to be able to consult with. I acknowledge that some of the documents that the policies refer to are out of date, and the policies themselves, and the issue of encroachments is explicitly covered in the Roads Act. But I still believe we need a set of guidelines for the public that we can put on our website. The council staff have developed internal guidelines about encroachments, which cover most of the information in the Pittwater Road Reserve and Encroachments Policy. However, they make no mention of the 3 most common encroachments in Pittwater: fences, hedges and roadside rocks placed there to prevent parking outside houses. Now, this might seem trivial to some people, but it actually has a major impact on our streets in Pittwater. I can think of 2 situations where residents have grown a hedge, put a fence in behind it and enclosed a significant amount of council land, one of them on a blind corner. So these aren't just trivial issues, they involve a lot of, in council land, they involve safety on roads and a variety of other issues. Okay, so residents have also shown me pathways where neighbours have grown hedges across the access way, installing concrete paths and steps down to the public pathway for private access to their own homes. I'd also like to see point 4 on page 4 removed from the guidelines, which basically says that if the council doesn't have enough funds to act on encroachment, we won't do it. It's an offer to it's up to councillors to decide how much money we spend on compliance, and for us to and I hope we'll have enough money in the budget to follow up on some of these issues. The Northern Beaches Council Public Space Vision and Decide guidelines also need an update. Whilst I don't think they provide the same amount of detail about environmental issues as the Pittwater ones, I also think it's time to revisit some of the design issues, such as the grey palette for town centres, and issues like, you know, references to the Greater Sydney Commission plans. So with the changes proposed here, I'm happy to revoke the policies, but make sure that we have guidelines available on the website for the public to read about the issues related to road reserves and encroachments that are going to be of most interest to them and significance to them. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. I hadn't otherwise planned to speak, but I do have to kind of respond to what Councillor Beaujard said, because I do kind of object to characterising us having to look at these policies as sort of administrative noise or in any way a waste of the chamber's time. For the record, the reason that it was pushed back to this one is because the papers, the policies we're being asked to revoke were not in fact in the papers. And from an administrative point of view, that to me is bare minimum of making a decision is actually having the policy that you're revoking in front of you. But anyway, I think that the real thing is that there is a real role for us to look at the policies and make decisions about whether we need to manage them as a chamber or whether it should be dealt with at an operational level. But I don't think in the goal of efficiency we should see the task as being one to delegate everything to the operational level into delegate the entire task of councillors into oblivion on the sort of altar of efficiency. You know, what is strategy and what is operational minutiae is often a question of scale and degree, but also often as councillors, we get drawn into that minutiae through our constituent work as residents, raise particular guidelines they're having issues with in either because they're encroaching or their neighbours encroaching, whatever it is. So, you know, I didn't like that characterisation. I know Councillor Beaujard means well and wants us to be efficient, but the nature of democracy is inherently inefficient, but it's the best system of government we have. So on that grand note, I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to add my 2 cents worth into this as well on this amendment. Without all the discussion that was just being had, what I would say is I think it's great we've got a lot of policies here, 3, that need to be revoked because actually there's legislation that covers all of it, so it's just repeating itself. So happy for the revocation. Something though that Councillor Causey and I spoke about today though is for certain areas of the Northern Beaches who tend to use their housing hedging and landscaping as a way of encroaching on public land and expanding their footprint. I think even though it's covered by the legislation, it makes sense to have the guidelines that Councillor Causey asked for, instead of being an inward-facing document as guidelines for staff to cover, to actually be public, so that there is a place that you can point to on a website that probably no one will look much, but in reality that those guidelines actually are very clear about, in nice simple language, about what should, who should, and basically if someone points a finger at you, because we know certainly there are plenty of areas on the northern beaches and it's not necessarily council staff pointing fingers, it's normally always the neighbours who are complaining about public footpaths where hedges have magically grown, blocking public pathways and those kinds of things. So I'm happy to support this. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'll speak briefly against the amendment for a couple of reasons. First of all, we've already found that these policies published on the council's website couldn't not just be found by residents, they couldn't be found by councillors when we had a matter in front of us. So I'm concerned about where we publish lots of different things. But I note in the executive summary it states, following revocation, Tier 3 technical guidelines will be used to provide a consistent Northern Beaches-wide approach and will be referenced in the future Northern Beaches Development Control Plan once adopted. It's my understanding that the document you go to understand anything about building, where you're putting things, where they're going to be, is and will be the Development Control Plan. So in a way, while I appreciate certainly what Councillor Glanville and Councillor Causey has said, I think this amendment actually isn't as powerful as the substantive motion, which introduces this and references it in the new Development Control Plan, which I think is a stronger control and talks to what Councillor Causey is asking for. So I will be voting against this motion, going back to the substantive one.
Okay, all right. If no one has anything to add, let's put this to the vote. Okay, Councillor Causey. Very quickly.
Just very quickly, I would just point out that, number one, the DCP, the new DCP, isn't in place. And number two, the average person is not going to go and look at the DCP to find issues about encroachments. The average person would be struggling to even locate encroachments. Well, I guess maybe with Google they could, but it's just, yeah. And I think, because we have a lot of stuff on our website and we can't, it's hard to find things, I don't think that's not an excuse. Don't think that's an excuse for not putting the information there for residents so that staff or anybody else can send them a link.
Okay,
So
thank you very much. All right, with that, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan and myself. Those against? Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Williams. That's carried. Becomes a substantive motion. Okay, putting that to the vote again, even though I suspect it should be 3A, B and C, but you can fix that up later. All those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Robins, Councillor... Okay, almost unanimous? No? Sorry, I'm looking at Councillor Williams. Okay, all right, so, sorry, governance. Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Giltman, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan and myself, and the person against is Councillor Williams. Declare that carried. Thank you very much. All right, next one, 13.3, Bangaroo Street, North Balgala. Okay, I have Councillor Grattan pulling this out and Councillor Glanville. I have no idea if you have, is any of the two of you moving as is?
I had a change which I sent through to governance.
Okay, and
I
you've
think
got a
Councillor
change
Glanville might
too?
have a more-
That's right. Is anyone wanting to move it as is?
I'm happy to move it as is. Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Beaujard. Is option 1 or 2?
Well, that's
Oh,
my,
sorry, just as is, yep.
Yeah, mine was option 2. So.
Okay. And seconded by Councillor Hernjack. Okay, first of all, questions of the staff.
I've got a few.
Okay.
I know you all love hearing me ask questions. We've had a number of representations from community, and so I'm really reflecting those questions in my questions this evening, which actually look a little bit different from what I was wrote before. But firstly, the history of this parcel of land. What was its original purpose, and were there any conditions placed on it when it became into our possession?
Can we actually get on the screen the motion by Councillor
I'm just asking questions generally.
No, I can't see your on the screen. The substantive motion's not there.
Yes, it is. That is
Okay,
the
so you're
substantive.
moving an amendment?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that now. I'm
But
just asking
she's
some
not,
questions.
She's not up to that yet. She's just up to questions. And we've got 2 amendments who I don't even know if they are on the agreeing with each other yet. So we'll just explore this while it's here. Okay, questions on as it is.
Yeah, so the first question about the history of this particular parcel of land. How did we come into possession of it, and were there any conditions on it when it did?
Through you, Mayor Hines, this parcel of land started its acquisition back in the 1920s, and there was actually 3 acquisitions involved. According to council records, there's no covenants or caveats or anything over the land that requires us to do anything particular with it.
Are there any requirements for community consultation when selling operational land?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no, there is not.
Why did council invest in recent renovations of the cottage on the site if we had planned to sell it?
Through you, Mayor Hines, it was in a state that needed repairs in order to have it actually tenanted. Rather than have a property sit empty, we wanted to make sure we were providing accommodation.
Then there are a number of sort of LEP-related questions, so there might be somebody else that needs to answer them. What is the current zoning and proposed zoning of this land? So now and then what's in the new LEP?
So the current zoning of the majority of the land is R2. The proposal was to change it to a split zoning where the riparian corridor, which is currently RE1, would become C2 under the conservation zones, and the other portion would be C4. However, that was rejected under the gateway determination, and so it remains as R2.
Remains as R2. I don't know how you can answer this question. This literally was emailed to us. Are you just trying to sell the land before the LEP is finalised? And, well, if the C4 zoning is not coming in and it's no change, I guess, okay, ignore that one. Let's let that one go. How much of the block will fall within the riparian buffer zone identified in the conservation zone review?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the riparian corridor is generally contained within the RE1 portion. However, the buffer zone extends over the majority of the land.
Okay. What environmental studies or reports were conducted regarding the purpose of this land in relation to stormwater and flood mitigation?
Through Mayor Hines, there are extensive studies undertaken as part of Council's LEP review. Those can be viewed on Council's website under the Conservation Zones section and also on the Department of Planning's website.
Okay. Then there's a couple of environment questions. Council are investing in stormwater management and flood mitigation nearby at the creek at Burringbar Street. Won't allowing development near this creek and Barangaroo Street create similar issues?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the Burringbar Street incident was a completely different scenario.
In what way?
Yeah. The works in Burringbar Street were in response to flooding caused by a big storm in 2022, which caused erosion and collapsed fences on private property and had the potential to cause issues with sewer infrastructure. There is no actual buffer zone within that particular property, and the property is backed directly onto the creek, and that is not the same at Barangaroo, where we have the creek line corridor separation.
And and I didn't have this in the list of questions, but in the March 22 storm events, we heard that the flooding exceeded that bank and went quite high up on that cleared portion of land. Do we have any, where's the flood studies at, I guess, for that particular area, and would housing in that area be affected by such flooding, should that occur?
Through you, Mayor Hines, unfortunately I don't have that information.
Okay. There are some significant trees on this parcel of land. How many large trees will be at risk for the development portion of the land?
Through you, Mayor Hines, under any development application, the assessment of major trees would be done as part of the assessment under the development application.
But are there major trees in that particular area that would be subject to development?
They would be assessed as part of a development application, should there be one submitted.
But there are trees on
There
the
are
land.
vegetation across the site, yes.
Across the site, thank you. All right, they were the key questions I was going to ask, thank you.
Okay, we're at questions. Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just going to read out what we resolved in the last time this was before the Chamber in December 2022. Due to community concern resulting from a published expression of interest that Council 1 confirmed that a community consultation process will be undertaken in relation to 2 Barangaroo Street, North Balgowlah. Just wanted to clarify through you, Madam Mayor, has there been a community consultation process regarding this site?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no.
And is there a reason that a council resolution to do so hasn't happened before the issues come back to us again? We resolved to do it. Why hasn't it happened?
Through you, Mayor Hines, there is nothing further to consult with apart from what's in the paper.
I don't think that's the intention of what we resolved in that line, that we would talk to the community before this issue came back to us.
Okay. You may agree to disagree, but you've got an answer there at the moment. I could see your light on, but I saw that your light was on, but I'm going back to Councillor Glanville.
that was my
to
only
see.
question.
Oh, that was your last question? Okay. Councillor Beaujard?
Yes.
Questions?
Thank you.
Right,
I
the
do have questions. Yeah, I'm only doing questions. I'm trying to be good. We have a requirement to IPART to sell property as part of our capital savings. How much have we saved so far, and how much have we got left, and when do we need to deliver that by?
Through you, Mayor Hines, at this point, we still have $10 million. We have a resolution to sell VUCO. However, that has not been finalised.
Thank you. And so this would form part, if this was sold, that would form part of it. Is that correct?
That is correct. That would go towards meeting that $10 million target.
Okay, thank you. And just out of interest, if we were to increase the size of the riparian zone by, say, a metre, how much would that impact the sale value of this property?
That's a difficult question to answer, but based on a per square metre basis, there would be a reduction in the value of the property. I can't talk to confidential, commercial and confidence matters in open session, unfortunately.
Thank you. I want just one
more question,
and
yeah.
I'm going to skirt confidential and not go there. Should we not achieve the outcome we desire for this property because of changes, the trade-off would be we'd have to sell more operational property to meet that IPART target, would we not?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, we have a commitment to meet that $10 million target.
I've got Councillor Causey, but Councillor De Luca, you did have your light on and then you turned it off. Are you still in the queue? Okay, I just wanted to double check. And also Councillor Harvey. Right, just want to make sure those that have got their lights on and off and on and off that we're in the queue. All right, Councillor Causey, questions?
Yeah, basically I have one question. I just, through you, Mayor Hines, I just wonder if staff can tell us how the area of the buffer zone was determined, given that there are a number of systems for doing that, and one in particular, the Strahler system, residents have mentioned to me.
Through you, Mayor Hines, the original buffer system was under the original DA back in 2006 that was created, and it was based on environmental advice at the time of what it was a required area to be maintained.
Councillor De Luca, questions?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The last occasion upon which this was proposed for sale, it somewhat blindsided both councillors as well as residents in that we had no idea that it was being proposed until it came before us on the agenda. What processes has council put in place to ensure that, one, councillors are advised of any prospective land sales or proposed land sales, and that the community is properly informed, noting that that resolution that we passed was to undertake community consultation before properties were sold?
Through you, Mayor Hines, what we've put in place is that all the council land sale reports are open reports, so they're available for the general community. The previous time this came to council was after a property steering committee report.
So just in relation to those open reports, how are they drawn to the community's attention, and what process has, following on from that, what process then has been enacted to ensure community consultation and community notification?
Through you, Mayor Hines, as previously stated, there is no requirement for consultation for sale of lands. Sale of lands is a matter for the elected council. In terms of the process, as I said, it is a public open paper.
But the resolution, so I refer to Councillor Glanville's comments that we passed a resolution for community consultation. What did council do to enact that resolution, noting that pursuant to the Local Government Act, resolutions must be implemented by the General Manager in an expeditious way?
Madam Mayor, I might just assist with that, and it goes to Councillor Glanville's question as well. Council officers are aware of the 2022 council resolution. Council since that time has resolved for council to undertake property workshops, property steering committee meetings where delegations to the steering committee had been provided. In addition to that, council identified and went through a comprehensive public exhibition process that led to council approving a special variation to rates, which included, amongst other things, the sale of property. 2 Barangaroo Street was identified as one of those properties subject to sale. Last year, councillors under resolution resolved for a property workshop where council again identified this property as being a property for sale and provided guidance to staff to carry out that additional work. If it is council's intention tonight to defer this process to carry out further community consultation, that is within council's remit. You can do that. It is our advice, as already presented by Mr. Pfeiffer, that is redundant to the processes that have been carried out, the decisions made by council, and the position council is now in 2026 to expedite the process. That's where we're at, and we will leave it in council's hands to guide staff on which way you want to go.
Okay, Councillor Harvey.
I just have a question whether council considers it sort of best practice to hold on to property assets and let them appreciate, or if there's a sort of sense of urgency in the sales relating to IPART, because we still have about 4-ish years to fulfil our requirements, I believe.
Through you, Mayor Hines, as mentioned by the CEO, this was identified in the IPART productivity and improvement journey. You can leave properties to appreciate. However, this property is seen as underutilised. It's seen as appropriate for disposal, and based on timing and being able to work our way through a normal process, we thought the timing was appropriate now.
So you have considered and sort of weighed up whether the land value would appreciate if we were to leave it longer and do necessary consultation and the such?
Through you, Mayor Hines. No, we haven't specifically decided as to what the peak time to sell land is. I'm not sure we are experts in doing that.
Okay, thank you. I'm also just wondering, for the benefit of the chamber and the gallery, can you please detail the findings of what development on this land, how that could impact Burnt Bridge Creek? Because I know that that ecosystem is really, really precious to a lot of our residents. So I think just going into the findings a little bit would really be helpful.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we don't have that level of detail of any impacts that would be assessed as any part of any DA, with all the flood studies and various different things that people are required to submit as part of any DA process.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, if no one has any further questions.
Can I move my
Councillor
amendment?
Williams.
I was just going to move my amendment, if I could put that up, which changes option 1 to option 2 with the enlarged buffer zone.
Okay, I'm still on questions, so just hold on a moment, but I was also going to say, in asking that, we need agreement from Councillor Hernjack and Beaujard. So just still on questions. Councillor Williams.
Through you, Mayor, to staff. Can you tell us how many properties we actually have that are available for sale or that we could sell?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I don't have a specific number, but it is extremely limited, the amount of operational properties that we have, and the number that are underutilised is basically 1.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question.
Councillor Hackman.
Just in relation to the determination by the gateway, the gateway determination, I'm getting tired. Why, after this process would go through, why would it not be C2? If it's protected riparian zone, wouldn't we want to ensure that it is protected in perpetuity after that?
Okay, so I think we'll go through the CEO to Mr Farrington on that one.
Through you, Mayor. As indicated, Council has gone through a process of its
I think you'll need to be into the mic here.
Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. So Council went through the process of its conservation area review, which recommended that this property in particular be rezoned to C4, which has been outlined. And that applied to a number of properties within the local government area. Unfortunately, the department didn't support that view. It was a view that this area had capability for residential purposes, which is reflected in its current zoning.
Okay, interesting. Thanks.
Okay, are we over with the questions? Okay, now we can move on to those that want to put an amendment in. So from what I heard, Councillor Beaujard and Hernjack, would you be open to option 2?
Why don't we pop that in as an amendment, Madam Mayor, and just leave the original motion sitting behind?
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Hackman. Okay, for those who are playing along at home, there were 2 options. Just in case people aren't aware of the land in question, it has an old house on it, and there is a frontage for a creek that goes through at the bottom. And we have had discussions in the past about riparian zones. So option 1 was, as it is currently on the planning mapping, and option 2, as this discussion has come up before when we've talked about this property, about widening the riparian zone. So option 2 was a wider riparian zone, if that makes any sense.
Madam Mayor, can we foreshadow Councillor Glanville's amendment, because it's difficult for us to
compare.
To compare.
Yes, but it's only one amendment at the on the table at once. Yep.
My amendment is essentially to defer it for a month to actually talk to the nearby residents, given our previous resolution. If that helps, it probably would have.
All right, so we've got option 1, option 2, or defer for a month. Seems to be the 3 choices. Okay. All right. So, Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a vexed issue for the community. They're used to, and particularly the neighbouring properties in that area, are used to having this little patch of land as a bit of green space near their properties, and it joins the creek. And on the Manly, the former Manly Council side of the creek, there is quite a wide buffer zone there. And there's a path, and people walk and take their dogs and enjoy that piece of public recreational land. And on the, I guess, northern side of the creek is a much narrower buffer zone. And when this came up last time and we went down and had a look, we could see that the riparian zone that had been marked out originally just didn't seem wide enough. It didn't sort of go to the top of the embankment. There's a lot of deep, dense bushland along that area. We hear about the echidnas and the bandicoots and the various critters that live in that particular space. And then we experienced some very large storms that went through that area and saw the damage that the water could do. And there was a strong feeling amongst many of the local residents that we needed a wider buffer zone. And then we went into the conservation lands review process, and the area of the riparian zone was deemed environmental land, and that other area was going to be environmental living. And we've just heard from the director that that's no longer the case. I got confused by that, but we're stuck with R2 zoning in that area. At the top area of that parcel of land. It's already cleared. We've already got a house there. There's sort of a unformed driveway as people drive across the grass to get to the back. That land is currently being used for some overflow parking as there's been increasing development in that area. People are parking on that land. I don't think that's a strong community use. We asked the community in some of the social media about what else that could be used for. Someone suggested unleashed dog park. I think that would be worse for the residents to have an unleashed dog park, which is very undersized on their back gardens. But I think when you weigh up the need for housing, particularly the young families in our area that are really desperately trying to get access to housing, every little bit can count. And for that top area of that portion of land, I think it is probably suitable for housing, and the greater community benefit is the funds that can be reinvested into community assets in the area. But I do strongly feel that that environmental buffer does need to be expanded to this broader area. Is it wide enough? I don't know, but it's bigger than it was, and I'm happy to support that. I will leave that there, and noting that we've got another foreshadowed amendment that will take to further consultation. And I thank Councillor Glanville for raising that, because I had forgotten about that portion of that motion that we discussed back in 2022.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. I'll speak in a sense both for and against the amendment. I think having the increased buffer proposed in the alternative by staff would provide a better environmental outcome by providing more buffer between development and the creek. But is it the ideal amount of buffer, which is a difficult question, and we've heard from Mr. Pfeiffer that the previous boundary was proposed to be cut up based on the environmental assessments done probably nearly 15, 20 years ago. We know a lot more about the sensitivity of riparian corridors. And I think that a lot of the justification around, well, we can rely on planning laws, that, the buffers will be enforceable through that. But I think all of us know the pitfalls of unfortunately relying on the planning process, particularly as the land itself isn't going to be C4, it will be R2, which means that someone can put things on there potentially via CDC. So personally, I would rather us prioritise environmental health in how we made a subdivision plan here. I acknowledge that we've made commitments to IPART, that we have land that is surplus to needs, but I don't see having a subdivision plan that prioritises environmental health as a waste of resources or frivolous or irresponsible to retain land to ensure the health of the local environment. I foreshadowed that I have a separate amendment, and my separate amendment is essentially a brief deferral. I think a lot of residents from the last time this came up thought that if this issue was to arise again, there would be a consultation process. Although it's not legislated, it is something they thought that we had as a chamber committed to doing. And there are some new owners in the area who feel a bit blindsided by the change from what they thought had been decided in 2022. People aren't reading the thousands of words in all of our documents that have buried to Banger in there. And for my own part, I acknowledge maybe I should have emailed them well long ago, but I did email them more recently and got a lot of responses from people with a lot of views. I think there's lots of confusion, there's lots of questions people have. If nothing else, I think it would be respectful for the community there to defer it for months so that the immediately impacted residents, we can, councillors and staff can meet with them, can answer their questions, can peg out where the old boundary was and where the increased buffer line would be, so that we can sort of visualise how much better the creek would be protected in option 2. So I'm supportive of option 2 as an improvement, but I don't think it's the best environmental outcome. And if nothing else, I do think that we should with respect to the residents, talk to them before making a final decision.
Madam Mayor,
Okay,
just
thank
on
you.
a point of clarification, Councillor Glanville can move that as a procedural motion to defer this whole matter, not as an amendment. So you could move that as a procedural motion now to defer it.
Okay, Councillor Bingham had her light on.
Sorry, my amendment wording had some consultation obligations baked into it. So it is a stronger deferral because it obliges the staff to go talk to the residents.
Could I suggest that Councillor Grattan consider including Councillor Glanville's as an addition?
Or could I suggest, if we vote on the amendment, then at least we've got buffer 2 locked in, and then we consider the next amendment, and then we go back.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, all right. At the moment, we are going to be voting on what we actually have in front of us. I'll leave you two offline to sort yourselves out. Councillor Bingham.
Okay, thanks, Madam
Try
Mayor.
and keep the voices down, please.
Because we no longer have council briefings under the new rules released by the New South Wales Government, it makes it extremely difficult for councillors to know what is going on with every issue. The sale of 2 Barangaroo Street, North Bargalla, is a good case in point, and because we haven't had a briefing. It is important that the sale of public land be handled appropriately, particularly as the sale of this site was very controversial last time the council attempted to sell it, without the knowledge of the councillors nor the community. Likewise, this time there was no notice given to the immediate neighbours until it was printed in the agenda. It is not responsible to expect our residents to read the agenda every meeting just in case something may affect them. I support Councillor Granville's proposed amendment to delay this motion for 1 month to give neighbours and staff time to meet and have the proposed situation with the riparian zone explained and other questions answered. Of course, I agree that we should sell the surplus land to meet our obligation to IPART as part of the recent rate variation, but we need to allow questions from the public before we do so.
Okay, Councillor Causey, your light was on next.
Yes, so I wasn't going to speak on this, but I would probably vote against this amendment because, and first of all, I should say, as a Pittwater Ward councillor, I know that Pittwater residents will expect properties like this in other wards to be sold because we've already had, one of the properties from the former Pittwater Council area put up for sale. So, however, this block of land is a very sensitive block of land, and I would also say that Pittwater residents didn't get a formal say or formal consultation about the sale of, the Vuko Place property. However, this land is really sensitive, and I wouldn't want to see the buffer that is a 20-year-old come from some 20-year-old environment report from 2006. I'm not sure we have an answer on who actually provided the report or how it was carried out. I just would not want to see that locked in without actually getting an update using, the latest available sort of techniques for estimating the required buffer. And I'd also note that the landscape in 20 years can easily have changed, including the tributaries feeding into the creek and all sorts of other issues. So I really do feel that we need the updated information about the riparian zone to ensure that we're getting the best environmental outcome and that we're perhaps also considering flooding issues and So, yeah, I mean, whilst I see that we do need to sell this land, or a portion of it, or a significant portion of it, I also want to see the environment protected.
Okay, so I have here a couple of councillors' names because I can see the lights going on and off. But just a pause after what Councillor Causey just said. Mr. Pfeiffer, do you want to add a bit of clarification, or that'd be great?
Through you, Mayor Hines, whilst the original plan was submitted in 2006 as part of the DA, that was again reviewed as part of this process, and it was recommended by environmental experts that the land was adequate at that time as well, at this time as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. I think Council is confused. I think we're struggling to work out what our trade-offs are here. There's a trade-off between the amendment in front of us right now, which is for an increased riparian zone. I have no idea whether that's going to be a benefit or a drawback. One thing I do kind of guess at is that we'll get less revenue for it. The trade-off is revenue versus riparian zone, and I'm struggling personally to understand what that will be. Also, we talk a lot about the residents around this area. This is not just a matter for the residents of North Balgowlah. This is a matter for all the residents on the Northern Beaches. This is a sale of their property. And when we think about it, and we think if we're going to stop and do some community consultation, we should stop and do some community consultation. The original motion back in 2022 states that community consultation will be performed before this land is sold. We have a process for that. It's called Your Say. We go to the community, we say what we're going to do, and we ask them for their feedback. So I think to resolve it for council, to mean that you can go and ask questions of staff, because while briefings don't exist, there's nothing stopping you phoning a staff member and asking every question you want under the sun to convince yourself of which way or the other, and I certainly take advantage of that. So given that, I think the answer to resolve this for council is we vote down this amendment, we allow Councillor Glanville to raise her amendment, we alter that slightly to say we do community consultation on the sale of this land. We vote that amendment through and we do that process. That should solve the problem for the residents. That should solve the problem for the councillors. And it certainly solves the problem for the community. And we see where that lands. I think that's, given we don't understand the trade-off, the only sensible thing we can do here. So therefore I'd vote against this amendment.
Okay, so I have Councillor Dillon and Councillor Hackman.
Through you, Madam Mayor, question to staff. So with the, you pass the questions, okay, well.
Okay, no questions. Okay, Councillor Hackman.
Sorry, am I speaking as the seconder now?
Yes.
Oh, great, thanks. Sorry, we went back to questions of staff. I wasn't sure what was happening.
Yeah.
I've had dozens of emails from people on this matter, many of whom live directly on the street. The community didn't know about it because the new Code of Meeting Practice restricts the elected councillors from knowing about it. So how can we talk to the community if we ourselves are kept in the dark about it? Yes, it was buried in the SV document, but we don't expect people to read the SV document or the agenda, as Councillor Bingham mentioned. I want to acknowledge that many of the local residents wanted an even larger buffer zone back in 2022. And more recently, this week, I heard that they wanted to retain the park entirely. I understand that, and I genuinely empathise with these neighbours. These decisions are really hard, especially when they affect the character of a local area that people are really accustomed to. The last block on the street is very difficult to let go of. But we also have to be honest about the challenges that we're facing. In this economic climate and in the middle of a housing crisis, Council does need to make some tough decisions. We all committed to property rationalisation, we need more appropriate housing, and we also have a duty to protect environmentally sensitive land. I am supporting option 2 because while this is a difficult decision, it is the option that best balances environmental protection, community concern, and Council's broader responsibilities. I thank Councillor Grattan for her compassion and delicate consideration in suggesting option 2. It retains a larger creek buffer of 1,965 square metres that help protect native vegetation, water quality and biodiversity along Burnt Bridge Creek, which flows into Manly Lagoon. This is one of our area's most important environmental assets, and as we heard last week, it's also one of the most polluted. So it's important to increase the riparian zone and offer the protection. It's up to council staff whether they decide to sell this next week or in 2 years. But having this locked in, having this protective zone locked in, is critical to that biodiversity of Manly Lagoon and the health of it. So option 2 does not give everyone everything that they want, but it is a careful, balanced path and a financially responsible compromise. And I think we should stop talking and just commit to the decision that we made in the properly rationalisation process and make the tough choice. Not a decision, sorry, in the discussions that we had. We have to rationalise some properties. This has been identified as one of them. We're committing to a compromise and this is the option on the table. I think it's the right one.
Okay, councillors, anything to add, or can we put this to the vote, this amendment?
No, we've still got a foreshadowed amendment after this, so we can have this as the new motion and then go the foreshadowed one.
Okay, and I'm just listening to my Deputy Mayor here as well, so I'm just trying to make sure I'm keeping as many of everybody as happy as possible, but I can see that getting the vote done is certainly something important. All right, so everyone who's in favour of this amendment, please raise your hands. Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Williams, Councillor Robins. I'm sorry, governance, it's coming all over the place. So have I missed someone? And myself? Okay, are those against? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hackman. Who have I missed? Have I missed someone? Oh, carried. Yes, yep, I'm just very close. Yes, just... All right, I haven't turned any lights off. Okay, seconded by Councillor Hackman. That's right. Okay, so now we've got the foreshadowed amendment. Okay, and seconded by Councillor Bingham. Oh, Councillor Harvey, Councillor, between the two Manly ward councillors, what would you like? Who wants this one? Councillor Bingham wants it.
Madam Mayor, just quickly foreshadow the original motion, please.
Yes, yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay, so now we're going to be voting on your amendment, Councillor Glanville. Can we just keep some togetherness here? Okay, so we need to continue on. So, any questions of the staff on this amendment? No? Okay, let's move on. So, Councillor Glanville, would you like to speak to your amendment? It's not me, I promise. Here we go.
I'm here talking from Councillor Williams' microphone.
Don't worry. Yes, I can see that.
I think I've explained it. I mean, we've previously told the nearby residents that we would consult with them before this was sold. I think that we should honour that commitment. They have a lot of questions. Us asking them of each other in the chamber to a televised audience of probably 10 people is not, in fact, answering their questions or consulting with them. I think that it would be a fair and reasonable thing for us to do to talk to them first, given the previous commitments made. And this is, I guess, not like VUCO in that it's an industrial area where it's not next to people's homes, it's not in an environmental place that's sensitive. This site has environmental sensitivity, it has natural hazard risks. I had a resident show me where the flood line went up to the last time this site flooded. It's people's homes and, you know, not to quote the castle too heavily, but a man's home is his kingdom kind of thing. And so I do think that it would be respectful and we can ensure that the residents have all of their answers, that they've had the opportunity to give us feedback. I think most of them are fairly resigned to the fact that there will be a land sale, and it's about, you know, having a shared understanding about what good environmental outcomes and a good economic outcome would be in those circumstances. I don't have much more to say than I already have.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Bingham, as a seconder.
No, thank you.
Okay, does anyone have, look, I don't think we need any more questions. Does anyone have anything that they would like to add? I will just personally say that I'm very respectful of what Councillor Glanville has said. We know that this is a Band-Aid that we keep trying to rip off and it keeps reappearing. I do want to reiterate that part of the issue for councillors at the moment is we have no idea what we're going to be voting on until it gets published. That is part of the new Code of Meeting practice. Thank you, New South Wales State Government. And it just means that even though for those of us that have been around long enough who have voted on this a number of times, I do think that this is an area that we do need to rip the Band-Aid off on. I anticipate that anyone who lives near this is going to say, no, what a dreadful thing. Though we have had a couple of emails from people in the streets saying, understand, but please make it option 2. I don't know what the bigger difference is going to be, but I do respect the fact that people should be told. So that's how I also feel on this. Okay, let's put this to the vote because we've probably only got minutes left. All those in favour? Almost unanimous. Councillor Bingham, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Grattan and myself. Those against, Councillor Giltnan. Yes, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard. Declare that carried. And this becomes a standing motion.
Madam Mayor, I have a amendment with governance for the substantive motion.
No. Yes, this now becomes a substantive motion because we just voted on this. Yep. Yep. I suppose the question at the moment that's happening on the table here is what you are putting up, Councillor Beaujard. Is it different?
It is slightly different. It's just an amendment to the substantive motion. It's not orthogonal, it's just a slight change.
Okay, all right. So can we possibly hear, because now it's kind of covered, just can we just get rid of that for the moment off the screen? It's not an amendment, not anything at the moment. Just cancel that, sorry. Thank you. All right. Councillor Glanville and Bingham, would you be willing to accept what is the... you said it's a small change.
It is a small change.
I'm going out on a
And yes,
limb here.
that rather than do a strange process to talk to some residents adjoining it, we defer this item until standard community consultation through Your Say has been performed and return its results to council. So we get a formal view using the process we always use in council.
Okay, Councillor Glanville and Bingham, it's your motion.
I personally had less of the generic have your say where we get very predictable responses and much more of a basically meeting the residents on site to answer their questions and face the music in person about what's happening, get their feedback, peg it out, see where the lines are, which is not part of our standard community consultation, and I think would produce more useful information and a more respectful of the nearby residents.
I agree, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so the answer is no. So,
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'd like to propose that as an amendment.
yep, okay. How many minutes per item do we have left now? 1 minute. Sorry.
Can I get a seconder?
Seconded by Councillor Robins. Okay, Councillor Beauchard.
I will try to be quick, Madam Mayor. I'm concerned whenever we do policy on the floor. I'm concerned when we come up with new and wacky ways to do things. Well, I understand Councillor Glanville's idea of meeting with the residents and talking to them and pulling the Band-Aid off. I think that's all valuable. But as I said before, this is not just a decision for the residents directly adjoining 2 Barangaroo Street. This is a decision for all the residents of the Northern Beaches. It affects all of them. And just to go and talk to the residents adjoining it, that just sounds like a DA, not the sale of the community's property. And I think if we're going to dot the I's and cross the T's and come back here and hand on heart make the right decision, I think the only thing we can possibly do is go out to community consultation, as we do with every other item before this chamber, in the goal of transparency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robins.
Yes, look, I just want to express my frustration with the discussion tonight. I think for me, I have been on the property steering committee, so this very aware of this property. I have visited this property. We have had councillor workshops twice where this this property has been on the list. It has been on the list. Actually, I'm getting shitty. I'm angry. It's been on the list. It is actually, we have had councillor requests where we've asked for the list of properties that are possible to sell. We have been given that over the 4 or 5 years that I've been here. It's a question 3 or 4 times. We have actually had a councillor briefing probably 3 or 4 years ago that this property was going to be sold. And it's really frustrating me that now we're having this discussion. Where was this discussion when at the councillor briefing? Where was discussion when it came up before? It's never happened, but now suddenly when it's happening, we're having this discussion. It's a waste of time and I'm really, really frustrated. We know that we have to sell properties. The staff have worked really hard on doing everything that, yes, there was a bit of a challenge a couple of years ago with the process. They've worked really hard to overcome that. They've worked really hard to work with the community, and they've worked really hard to come up with processes in the property management strategy whereby when councillors find a property, agree to selling a property, that there's a process by which it needs to be followed. Not once in that process, in the property strategy management plan, it says consultation, it says, let's go out and sell. We know we have to sell properties. We also know that we've been given a list of so-called properties to sell, and also in the rate variation paper, it says we're going to sell these properties, and we're having this conversation. So I'm feeling a little bit frustrated. So if we're going to go to community consultation, I believe it's got to be consistent with every other sort of community engagement that we do in council. We can't make up rules on the run and go, oh yeah, we'll just knock on the doors, a bit like a DA to your point, and let's ask how everyone feels about it. I'm really sorry, I can tell you now that they'll say no, because this is a little bit of a not in my backyard sort of stuff. They're not going to go and sell it. So if we're going to go to community consultation, it has to be a really strong process by which we do everything in a fair, consistent and transparent way. So that's why I support that.
Yowza. Well done. The frustration is bubbling. Okay, all right, so we're up to this amendment. And let's just put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Robins, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Williams and myself. And those against, Councillor Bingham, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, thank you for reminding him, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville and Councillor Grattan. Declare that lost. It's a bit like that, whoever made that sound. Yes, Councillor Singh, I totally get it. Don't forget we get to hopefully get home 1 hour earlier. Right, so
that might foreshadow the original motion.
Good try. Okay, let's put, so currently, for those playing along, I think it's probably having a rest. Can we just see what we're voting on? That would be helpful. If we could move the box, that would be lovely. All right, so we're back to the deferred for 1 month. All right, all those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Grattan. Those against? Councillor...
I'd like to abstain, please.
Like my abstention noted, please, Mayor Hines.
Sorry?
I'd like my abstention noted, please.
Okay, all right.
And same here too, thank you.
Okay, so we have an abstain, which we know means a no. Councillor Beaujard, and who else was against? Abstaining. Okay, declare that carried. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Declare that carried. That now becomes a substantive motion. Oh, it is it. We got to the motion, did we? Finally. Carried. All right. That was painful. Okay, now we're moving into closed session. Moved by Councillor Bingham, seconded by Councillor DeLuca. All those in favour, declare that carried. Thank you very much. Yes, I've I know, I'm aware. So before you all rush out the door, we say hello to everyone who's joining us back. Are we online? Okay, well done everyone. Sadly, we didn't get through confidential fast enough to be able to get back into open session, which means we can't address our notices of motion that are there. There's 3 that we were hoping to get to. But we will be showing, not that part. Okay, is that we voted on a confidential item that's up on the screen. Thank you one and all. Everyone's actually smiling at the end of the night because it's not 11:30. So absolutely, there's 3 items that are being deferred, item 15.1, item 15.2 and item 15.4, which were all notices of motions. Thank you.